Hello. I've got a technical issue with the chat. How's it going? Restream's decided to change how it works, and now it's not picking up the chat. Great. Why did they change it? I don't know. Why not? Why not change it? Why not? Why not change it? Hello, Bob. Morning issues. Well, the YouTubers aren't going to appear in chat. Oh no! We had a nice way of being able to see both chat rooms. And oh, hang on, why can I see that? Why can I see Tom Jones's message there? Okay, doesn't make any sense. Hang on. Okay, well, chat's working, but it shouldn't be. Okay, well, whatever works. Fine. It's working. It shouldn't be, but it is. Oh well. Fair play. We'll just leave it. I won't question it. If it's working, it's working. There's no goal. The goal is to not fall asleep. Right, is this... which river is this? Is this... Oh, the River Seine, I guess, because it's Champagne-sur-Seine. We're gonna fly the river. I wanted to go from the Alps to the sea. I'd fly around the Alps a little bit. Hello, D-Man. Yeah, no, I'm hoping so. Yeah, no, that's what I'm really hoping for. Have you got any cake? I need some cake. I need some cake. Oh dear. Let's fly to here. Okay, let's make it not live weather because it's shit weather. Or maybe it's alright weather. I would do a preset. I think the weather's really bad. Yeah. Yeah, it's like drifting, isn't it, really? It's good fun, but it's can feel a bit aimless. Oh, to fly around the Alps. I want to, you hate drifting? Wow. How can you hate drifting? It's good. But yeah, it is aimless, really. Although that drift game looks quite good. The Gamescom. This looks nice. This is my personal aircraft. Flaps up maybe for takeoff. Look at that. I haven't tried it. I couldn't get it. So I got a press key, and then I couldn't get it to work properly. And then on the then on the day when I was going to like properly fiddle with getting it to work, there was an issue. So then I was like, fuck. And then I was like, well, yeah, every time like I've you know, and I know people don't really, our audience won't really care about it, so I'm like, well, I might try out once things have settled down a bit. Look at that. Hills are mental. Hills are crazy, guys. Yeah, I think everyone is, D-Man, yeah. Just nothing, it doesn't have to be a simulator. It doesn't have to be mental. There's so many of us that just want, all we want is, here's a game that doesn't crash all the time, with some nice graphics-ish, like 2010 graphics. Here's some cars or planes or something you like. Yeah, it looks nice. Here's some different locations. And here's 20 hours, 15 hours of things to do, well structured, with a bit of skill to doing it better or worse, gold, silver, bronze. That is all we want. I think it's the 90s gamer in us that are just like, because do you remember, it was a whole period where this was like a really nice thing about the 2000s and 90s. You could get a game for your Dreamcast, your Xbox, your PlayStation, your N64, and it would be, bought the game, put it in the console. Oh, here's some stuff to do, and complete it. It wasn't even, there wasn't normally that much in them. You go back and play them, you're like, oh, actually, Burnout didn't have that much in it. GoldenEye didn't have that much in it. Project Gotham Racing didn't have that much in it. MSR, it's not that much in it, really. It's just like, yeah, Project I think Assetto Corsa Evo as well. Yeah, the good old days. Well, they weren't good days, were they? There was like genocide going on in Rwanda. There was the Serb and Croat shit. Then there was what else was happening that was absolutely terrible? There's a lot of terrible stuff happening. I mean, apartheid in Africa was getting sorted out a little bit. Jesus Christ, it was pretty terrible in the 90s, really. The 90s was still pretty damn bad, to be honest. I think they're just about started to sort stuff out in Africa with in the 90s, but still, yeah, there was a lot of terrible stuff. Jean-Francois. Bonjour. JF is like the most French name, or should I say Belgium name? Sorry. Bonjour. Salut les gars. Bonjour. That's how French streamers have to start the stream. Belgique. Oh dear. We haven't took coffee yet, we're just chatting. Oh, that would have cheered me right up. Oh dear. How's it going, JF? Yeah, it looks amazing. I'm not even flying, just looking at hills. A D&D? What, like what's it? A Dungeons game? I think you could do. I think AI will allow for really interesting D&D games. Because I like the idea of D&D, but I don't like the idea of finding mega super nerdy friends. And those types of games are really dependent on the people that you're playing with. I mean, I do have a couple of, says the guy in the sim rig, I have mega nerdy friends, but there's a different type, isn't there? There's like sim racer, driving, flight sim, train spotter nerds. They're fine. Then there's like, then there's like anime weeb nerds. They're not fine. D&D nerds, there's a weird balance. It's like Trekkies. There's Trekkies that are perfectly fine. The type of Trekkie you wouldn't know that was a Trekkie. And then there's Trekkies that you know they're Trekkies. They're terrible. It's that kind of a thing. It's really hard to find the people in the middle. Oh, you want me to host it? Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. The problem is I have, like, really bad memory issues. So I'd have to write everything down that was going on constantly. Hello, WND Tech. I have, like, really bizarre memory issues that are mixture of the dyslexia. Something definitely happened with COVID as well that caused some brain damage. And then, like, probably mild ADHD. So I have, like, really super weirdly selective memory and really weirdly, like, good long-term memory. Like, my long-term memory is really weird. I remember stuff from, like, years ago that other people are like, well, were you that, why, what? But there's stuff that just happened recently. It's like, oh, it's all the same. It's not been processed yet. It has to go to a filing cabinet. But yeah, could go a D&D type thing. Should we take off? Jean-Francois. Is everyone seated? Look at this wood trim. You don't get this in cars. Well, you do, but like, let's just pretend you don't. Look at that. I bet that's nice and light and doesn't weigh the aircraft down. I can't move my camera over that. There we go. Can we walk through the plane? Look at this. My name is. Oh, I can't get through the door. I'm too fat. Oh, we got some carpet. It's a bit cramped, considering. It is a nice King Air. Do I know anything about the Advanced Sim Racing ASR? No. I mean, if I do know stuff that's not public, I wouldn't be allowed to say, so it's pointless asking me about stuff. But no, I don't know anything about that. JF, apparently it's really good in VR. I've not played it in VR recently, but apparently it's awesome. What's that? Oh, lock. Oh, it'll be the engine inspection port. Right, we'll go. It's beeping at me because I've got the parking brake on. I find it a lot. I'm super lazy. Rather than using the foot brakes, I use the parking brake. It works better. It basically does the same thing. Right, let's take off. This is in the This is on the French side of the Alps, I think, and then we're going to fly to Italy. Right, we've got the flaps up. Yeah, I'm using a Brunner CSL force feedback joystick. Up and the Hotas Warthog. I like how propeller planes sound. Guys, you should follow my Instagram. I think I posted it on Gamer Moss, or maybe I didn't. When I came back from... Whoop, hello. Hello. Bloody hell. Bit of a gust. When I came back from Gamescom... I met up with some friends at this weird pub next to Heathrow Airport. And it just has planes flying over the pub on the landing strip. Pretty crazy. But anyway, I posted a video of it. Yeah, the Moser Hotas stuff's really good, guys. If you have a chance to get that. Oh, we're already pointing in the right direction. Yeah, so we're just going to fly through the Alps a little bit. I've cheated the weather. Made it nice and sunny. Well, nice. I remember in Flight Sim 2000, Flight Sim X, I think it was, and I was like, oh, look at all the trees. Now you got this. It's crazy. I didn't really play that many games at Gamescom. I'm not really a big gamer. I just play games when they come out. Couldn't be bothered to kill. I just went to Gamescom to. Meet people really and walk around and do a silly walkthrough video. I think next year I'll play more games. I was super paranoid about COVID as well, so I didn't play any VR stuff. Next year I'll probably meet up with do some VR stuff. I didn't want to put VR headsets on with all the COVID stuff. Smileable, yes. Are you going? I booked my tickets the other day. Pretty excited actually. I think it's going to be a really good year. I think this year's Sim Racing Expo could be an evolution, and I think there's going to be quite a few announcements. Morning on Saria. I watched your guys. Check out Smileyballs channel. JF, we need to get the we need a curry. I need the curry. I'm just going to use you for knowledge of the only decent food in Dortmund. From memory cards. Oh, Jesus Christ! I'm good this year because I used a DJI Pocket 3, and it only has one memory card, like a large memory card, so I don't need to swap it out. So last year, guys, I was doing my walkthrough video, filmed like an hour and a half, 2 hours of footage, and then I swapped my memory cards over, and then I think they must have fallen out. The previous memory cards must have just fallen on the floor, and so I had to refilm the previous hour again, which is good fun. There's a video of Jardy. Someone's got, if someone took it, which I don't know, I think it just got like mixed up and stuff. There's so much, clutter everywhere that I'm sure I don't think anyone stole it. But if they did, they got a video of Jardier doing like a stupid dance. Yeah, now our solution is really good. The DJI Pocket 3, which is incredible. The best. Hello, Random. Guys, check out Random Callside as well. He does review videos. He just did a good short about Moza R5 and the Fanatec bundles and how Logitech needs to do something. What was I saying? Yeah, DJI Pocket 3, absolutely amazing. Absolutely incredible. Amazing video quality. Amazing filtering, amazing audio. The DJI Pocket, the DJI Mic 2 has 32-bit audio, so it doesn't clip, which is incredible. Especially like trade shows are the worst environment for filming anything. Absolutely amazing. And it has backup audio in the device, from the device microphone, and the battery lasts for ages, and it fast charges. Absolutely unbelievable. Oh, look at this. So one of the updates to Microsoft Flight Sim a while back is I thought my computer just crashed there. They improved the geometry fidelity, so the mountains are sharper now, like the hillsides are crisper, which is actually really good. Now, the contrast is so bright on my Microsoft Flight Sim. I think I need to adjust some settings. Oh man, look at that. I love mountains. They kind of creep me out, but we don't really have mountains like this in the UK, so it's kind of exciting. Pocket 3, you remember 10 years ago they were pushing for cell phone holders instead. Yeah. Yeah, well, also Canon now are supposedly working. I don't know, random course, I was just flying towards another airport that's across the Alps. Canon are doing potentially a Pocket 3 type camera as well. I think it's a really good form factor in the... So the phone gimbal things are great, but it's too big. So the amazing thing with the Pocket 3, that camera is broadcast quality. Like, it's 4K 60. It looks incredible. Like, the image is amazing. Obviously, it doesn't really have zoom, but the sensor's big, so you get nice depth of field. The focus on it's great. Right, it works fine for what you're using that type of camera for. But it just fits in your pocket really, really well. So I tend to travel without luggage, and I'm carrying all the stuff myself because I don't have a bloody film crew. And so for that whole situation, it's incredible. And the autofocus on it is so good. The auto color on it is so good. The
pace car is out of control.
I think so. The thing is, there's a lot of cameras out there that are really, really good cameras, but they don't necessarily always, on average, get the best result. Whereas the Pocket 3, I found, on average, gets, without even thinking about it, gets a really good result. The Canon Pocket camera, Canon camera used to do that. It was pretty good for that. What's it called? Pocket something Mark 3. That was a really good pocket camera. But it was 1080p, didn't have external microphone, you know. You don't have a joystick at the moment. Yeah, so yeah, exactly. So having lenses and stuff is great, but then you've got to take it out of the bag, then you've got to put it around your neck, and then it weighs, and then the batteries don't last as long, because they're fundamentally cameras, not video cameras. Yeah, then you get the gimbal. Oh, so now you have to charge the gimbal as well as the camera battery. And the gimbal's going to be as big as a Pocket 3. They don't connect to Bluetooth devices so well necessarily. You know. I feel like a drug smuggler. How nice is this? Looks amazing. Yeah. So yeah, the DJI Pocket 3 is absolutely the best camera I've ever owned for the type, for like vlogging. Being able to rotate the camera to your face and still see the screen. It could do with it has a wide lens adapter thing you can stick on it, which is crap. It could do with that being better, but Yeah. Like, you can record for like 3 hours straight. 4K 60. Brenton Edwards. It should do, shouldn't it? Like, it's the most obvious thing. So Italy's on our right here, I think. Audio input, yeah. So I use the DJI Mic 2, which is a 32-bit Bluetooth, 32-bit Bluetooth wireless microphone. It's really good. It doesn't really clip easily, and as soon as you turn the Bluetooth mic on and you've got the DJI Pocket on, it. Hello. You ready? Get your candles in the air. DD girl with a DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a
sexy lady.
It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Perfectly formed servo motors for her legs. DD girl, dreamy girl, beautiful, perfect servo motor babe. Oh, my throat hurts. Everybody needs a DD girl. Put a DD girl in your sim rig. She's so beautiful and strong. What a babe, a beauty. Look at those servo motor legs.
DD girl with a DD wheel.
What a babe. A sexy lady. It's a DD girl in Jaxo's bed. She is rotating all night. DD girl, beautiful, servo motor babe. It's the worst rendition of the song. Sorry, it's too early. Oh dear. Thanks, Jaxa, for being a member. Really appreciate that. It's a hit. Oh no, random call sign, you idiot. 78 months. 78 months. 78 months. Oh, thanks for subscribing as well, Scott. 78 months. 70. 78.
The pace car is out of control.
What's this river in Italy? Do any of you guys know? Arctic. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome. How does this compare to AC? It's a little bit floaty in the physics. Oh, random cut, you've broken it! Blessed be.
And lo, on the 5th day, random call sign felt nuanced force feedback, and he was blessed with the knowledge of front-end feel, and the Church of Muscle was warmed by the presence of the Portuguese man.
Thanks, 78 months. That's criminal. They're not letting you into the shelter. Smiler boy, hope you enjoyed me getting damp at Chesterfield. Yeah, that video was like as British as it can get. That was a very British video. It was quite nice. I like the... why is there another Deutsche Bahn train? What's going on? I know the Germans own like most of our trains, so maybe that's what's going on, but... Oh, look at this. Piazza? We could fly to Venice, actually, see if that's improved. This isn't Rome. We could fly to Rome, actually. It'd be interesting to see what it looks like. Where's Rome? On the right, you're saying? Okay, turn right. We'll fly to this runway, and then we'll get then we'll go to Rome. Let's do it. I've landed at Rome Airport. Have you been there? It's I went a while back last year for Formula E, It was like 38 degrees. It was so hot. It was ridiculous. But the airport was crazy. Like, it's like a giant shopping centre. Milan. Nice. Yeah, that last year was weird. We went to... What was it? So we went to Rome for Formula E, and then... oh, yeah, the Sebelt thing. Where was that? Where was that? Well, Random Call Sign's gone. He was there as well. Monza, basically, was there. I need to go back, yeah. And I'd like to just walk around and look at the architecture, and I like, you know, old buildings. So it'd be good for that. Your one and only real commentary gig. Just commentate on everything. Jackson, yeah, we are, yeah. It's gonna be good. JS promised to tell me where to find curry. Yeah, it should be good fun. I think I think this year's Sim Racing Expo is a lot bigger than last year's, and there's a lot more. So I noticed. So I've been going to Sim Racing Expo since 2018, I think, and I've noticed that it's got, especially since like last year, had a lot more European people, a lot more English speaking people there, a lot more influencers and things, and a wider general sim racing audience. Whereas 2018 was like very German and or like very entertainment industry. Same with 2019 was like that, like a bit of esports, but very entertainment industry. You know, because that's a lot of the people that are buying £20,000 sim rigs. Whereas the last 2 years were more general audience. I think it's the location as well, like the Nürburgring. It kind of makes it a bit awkward for a lot of casual people to go to. Yeah, it'd be awesome. I've booked some. I'm going to stay in Dortmund a bit longer than Expo. I'm just gonna. I decided I'm old. Hello, Andy. I'm old now, and I decided, like, instead of rushing to events and doing the old, like, you know, rush, film rush, feel like shit, don't enjoy it at all. Well, enjoy it, but like just be absolutely bollocksed. Which is often like the influencer thing is like, oh, it's a hard life and everything. So obviously it's a joke either way, but like the influencer thing is, you go to an awesome event or there's a cool thing happening that you really like, and you're like, oh, awesome. And then, but the thing is, your flight's early in the morning. You get there, you need to make videos and stuff, but you're knackered. You're absolutely knackered. And then, obviously, you're talking to people, and so you can't really enjoy it properly. Like, it's like if you're doing the tourist thing. Like, you know, if you're on holiday, and you're really excited to visit a place, but you only have a day to look at the place, and then you book too many things to see in. So you really like that you're travelling, you really like that you're on holiday, you really like what you're looking at, but you can't actually enjoy it because you're trying to see, you're like, I've got to see this thing, got to see that thing, got to see that thing. And then by the end of it, you're like, I can't remember any of it because I was too busy like rushing from thing to thing. So, yeah, let's do it, JF, book it. We'll book it for like, we can probably book it for like a group of people. We'll get like a bunch of people together. Go for it. Yeah, so anyway, because I booked, like Gamescom, I booked that myself. So for Gamescom, I stayed in Dusseldorf for 8 days, which, like, yeah, it's not cost effective for me particularly. Probably wasted like £300-400, but like, it was so much nicer. And I think the videos were better and my content I made was better as well. And so same with Gamescom, with Sim Racing Expo. I booked to like arrive a day earlier. I'm staying in a nice hotel, just a standard one in the city, but like a nice hotel. So hopefully, it should be just nicer. So that's yeah. So I turned it into a bit of a holiday. I think there's a disused like steel factory, museum or something in Dortmund that I wanted to check out. Someone was saying there's a really good arboretum in Dortmund. There's a good burger place I need to go to. There's the curry place. So I turned it into a holiday. And hopefully do good videos as well. Look at this. Can we do a barrel? Well, so this aircraft probably doesn't do a barrel roll. It'll probably fall out the sky. What you probably mean is an aileron roll, which is just a roll. So a barrel roll is you go like a corkscrew. An aileron roll is where you just roll on the spot. Common misconception. Do a barrel roll. You've been in... I'd love to go to Vietnam. I find it crazy how Vietnamese people really like Americans and the West and the West in general, which is really weird given that the Americans committed absolutely, and we probably supported it as well, like pure war crimes, like absolute mental shit, which we don't really get taught about. But if you read history on the Vietnam War, it is insane. The degree, the war crimes that America and the West committed against Vietnam is mental, absolutely mental. And it's just like, oh yeah, don't talk about that. Oh dear. Oh, look at this. It's a good mod, yeah. Good AC mod. Mind you, my live streams are a bit of a war crime, so my contrast in my game is too high. Or it's too bright. I don't know what I need to. Something's messed up. Maybe it's my TV. Does it look good for you guys on the live stream? It's the same on my other TV, so I think it's a bit bright. Germany's super good to travel to from the UK though. Like, it's a perfect flight length, like an hour and a half. So it feels like enough of a distance where you're like, oh, well, it's justified to get a flight there. So you don't feel guilty for flying instead of driving or something, or getting a train. And a lot of the German airports are really well connected to German transport. Berlin's amazing to fly to. I'm surprised that they don't make more of a thing of promoting Berlin from London, because you can get the tube to Heathrow Airport. You can get a flight. There's loads of flights to Berlin from Heathrow all through the day, and they're really cheap, like from like 30 to 150 pounds to get to Berlin, even if you book really late. And you can just get the train, so you get the tube to Heathrow Airport, jump on a plane, and then you can get the German, I don't know what it's called, their tube train, the Berlin tube to Berlin city centre in like 25 minutes. So like you can, it's crazy how convenient Berlin's, like just super convenient to get to, whereas some places I've been to, they're not that convenient to travel to. Like you'd be like, oh, you need to get a rental car, or you need to, you know, they're just a bit confusing. I don't think Lawrence is flying direct JAXA. I think he's doing a bit of a convoluted journey. He's taking a load of equipment and stuff, like a race car, and he's doing a mental giveaway, which would be cool. Smileable, the last trip to Germany you had 30 minutes to connect from one flight to another. Oh, that's ages. That's fine. You have to make an arse of yourself, and just they'll let you through security quickly. You have to be prepared to be an arse. I mean, the thing is, you know, other people have connected. So when there's someone in a rush, obviously I let them in front of me, and then I've only had to do that once. It was actually when we went to the Formula E. All the planes got cancelled last minute, so we had to fly to Greece to then get. Then we had to land in, what's that Greek island where people go clubbing? And then we had to run. And then we literally only just caught the plane to Rome that left from there. But we had to. we had to skip through security. It was really random. It was like me, some like 20-year-old influencer girls, driver 61, Scott, and I'm like, guys, we're not going to make it. Let's just ask to let go through. No, there's too much of a queue. Let's just say that we got a connecting flight. It's better to be an arse sometimes. Like, you have to. That's how it is at airports. And I think everyone knows, don't they? Like, if you've got a connecting flight, you should just let those people go ahead. It was really when I was coming back from Dusseldorf. Actually, there was some like woman was like trying to get through passport really quickly. And she's like, "I'm going to miss my flight. I need to go in front. I'm going to miss my flight." And I was like, "Oh yeah, go in front. I don't care." And then and I was like, "Oh, what? How long have you got to your flight?" I'm like, "When's your flight leaving?" And it was like 2 hours. I was like, "Well, you ain't going to miss it. You ain't going to miss it. You're fine. We go in front, but you got ages." Oh, she was like panicking. Maybe she's a drug smuggler. Go on, go through. Take those drugs through. Not that I probably wouldn't smuggle drugs to Egypt. That's probably like life in prison. She was panicked. It was really weird. I think that sounds right, Tarkus, yeah. Oh, we're going to land at this Lilo. Don't even know what airfield this is, but we're going to land there. Oh yeah, being stuck on a bus on the runway. The thing is, it's the small. Hello, Bears Junkie. Small planes, small flights. They don't like delay them for passengers, and so you'll miss it if you're not at the gate. But if it's like an international flight, if it's like a 5-6+ hour flight, they tend to hold the plane until because they don't want to leave without the passenger because they know it's going to cost a lot. Or they'd rather wait a bit longer. They can often make up the time in the flight as well. JF in Stuttgart, they put packs on the bus from plane to gate and come out the bus. This lady pushes through saying she'll be late. Oh dear. I think some people some people just get really stressed at airports, which is fine. I think it can be quite a weird environment, can't it? So I used to be terrified of flying, so I'd be really stressed, but no, I don't care now. Airports are weird places. Hang on, isn't this that runway that those Indians were landing at? I think they were Indian. Like mental. They did that crazy landing where they almost missed I think it is. It's where you have to go left and then turn right to the runway. Let's put the flaps down. Yeah, I think this is that crazy one. I'm way too high. Let's just scrub off some speed. Stunt flight. Fly sideways. It's the fastest way to slow down. Oh, that'll do. Yeah, I just made everyone throw up there. Full rudder. Pretty sure it is the runway that's just behind the hill on the right, and you have to come in like. Just accidentally picked one of the really cool airfields. I could be wrong though. The runway could be over there, but we'll find out. I'm gonna fly this as if it is the runway that's just behind this hill. We've got music to keep everyone calm. This is drug smuggle music. I think if I was born in like the 40s or 50s, I would have been a 1970s drug smuggler. Pretty sure. Oh, so we'll land here and then we'll fly to Rome. This is well nice. There's like farmland between the hills here. I have no idea where the actual runway is here. I think it's on the right. Could be like a little grass strip or something. Where is it? We've hidden the runway. Hang on a minute. Is it a grass strip? I bamboozled myself. I don't see no runway, guys. Oh, there it is. I see it now. Well, nice. This water will be like proper cold. KEX MP8 in Flight Sim 24, you'll be able to land them and parachute down. Yeah, you'll be able to walk around, and then they'll have like procedural land generation. I'm a little bit worried with Flight Sim 24 that they'll do loads of gimmicky stuff and it'll be pointless, but you know, who knows. It'd be nice to walk around the planes. Well, this is it looks like there's a tree on the end of the bloody runway there. I don't have any pappies. It's a budget airfield, oh well. Coming in a bit hot here, let's slip it in. Oh, it's a well small runway. Okay, a little bit hot. There's hay. Why is there bales of hay next to runways? It's like a normal Swiss thing. Why would you put bales of hay on the? Is that for the plane to crash into? Oh, it's that small. You've got like a. Oh. Maybe. Oh, I wanted to use the grass a bit. You have to turn around at the end of the runway here. I think you're supposed to do it following the yellow line. I've never seen a runway with hay bales on it. I guess it's somewhere to store them. Lilo. Nice little airport. Testing. Hello, Tortellini. How's it going? Yeah, we need to do some Hawaii flights. Right, we'll swap aircraft. We're going to fly to Rome. We'll get like a jet. Oh, we got like an 80s bus. Why is it on the grass? What is this? It's about as local as you can get. Quite a nice little airport. Oh, this plane has a well bad turning circle. Let's park here. Not on the helicopter pad, but that'll do. Alright, let's get a jet plane from here. That was a nice little flight through the Alps there. I wonder if there's a graphics option to reduce the brightness. Bears Junkie, is Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 completely new game? Was it DLC? It's a new game, but it's obviously built on the old game. So they've added supposedly added career mode, but we don't know to what degree. They'll have missions at least. They've not actually announced if it'll have a proper currency system or Euro Truck Sim progression type thing. We just don't know yet. I really hope it does, otherwise they've really shit the bed on it. Supposedly they have a new way of managing the files, so it's not as stupid with file downloads and stuff. All the old content should work in the new game, and then the game engine has had graphical updates to it, procedural terrain, so higher quality terrain on the ground. So now you'll be able to get out of the planes and stuff. Yeah, just it's like a. Basically, it's like an upgrade rather than an entirely new game, but you'll be able to buy. You'll buy it like a new game. The previous stuff will work. It's basically a paid update, really, but there'll be a lot of stuff in it. So it's really hard to where do you draw the line between totally new game and an upgrade? They'll have done a lot to it, so I think it'll be worth it, and you can get it on Game Pass anyway. Where do we land? Lilo. Sondero Colio Airport. Okay, right. We're going to fly from here and we're going to go to Rome, because JF said we had to go to Rome. Isn't Rome all the way down here? Hang on, where's Rome? This is my geography. I thought Rome was down here somewhere. Am I being dumb? I think I'm being supremely dumb. Hang on. Where's Rome? It's up here, isn't it? I know Venice is here. I thought Rome was over here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Right. Ah, dear. So dumb. Such a weird airfield. Look at that. It's called It's not called Rome Airfield. I think it's. You do have an airfield right in the centre, but this is the airfield that most people will land at. What's this one? Campino. $290 nautical miles. The roads around here are well weird. So when we went to Rome, we stayed in a hotel here, I think. And you can't actually walk towards the city. There's no footpath that connects stuff. It's really weird. Right. We need a jet. We need something quick. We could take a fighter jet. The fighter jets fly terribly in this. Hornet. Did my computer just crash? I thought I'd fix this. Oh no. Thought I'd fix this. I left my computer on all night downloading it. and we changed graphics settings, and it's still doing this weird. It's still doing this weird thing where it just crashes for no reason. It's so weird. It's like the graphics card because the music's still playing. It's AMD. It says it's not the computer's crash, it's the graphics card. And you might yeah, do some gaming. We've got the latest drivers. We're not running any overclock or anything. Got cooling on. Computer was running. I left it on all last night, downloading. Yeah, it's all like it's only started doing it like recently. It's such a weird. It's weird that the graphics card crashes and nothing else. Maybe someone was saying they were having problems with their 3080 as well. Could just use older graphics drivers. I think it was since we updated the graphics drivers that the issue occurred, but oh well. So it's something specific to the graphics card. Could use older drivers. It's alright though, we'll just reboot. Sometimes computers be like that. It's just weird that I removed all overclocking, all everything. It's just weird that it's still doing it. I can fix that. Who needs to look at my face? It's because you're not allowed to fly to Rome. Thanks for subscribing. Can't see who that was. Well, it's not. It would be weird to be a socket issue because it works fine, pretty much all the time. So that wouldn't make sense. And also, I've not moved it, and it's totally plugged in, so it's like absolutely in the. So I don't think it is that. It'll be. It's most likely to be a driver issue. I'll just roll back to some older drivers. Right, that's good fun. What's weird is it tends to do it when a game is just changing from one thing to another thing, or if you're in a menu or something, not when you're actually playing the game. Right. Could just download an old driver. Might as well do that. Might as well. Don't know how far back the drivers go on the NVIDIA website. Do February. Alright. I'll install this old driver, which will probably cause issues in other games, but there's a weird thing with iRacing where some NVIDIA drivers cause like a weird stutter. Right, I'm installing old. We're rolling back to an old driver. We'll see what happens. Most driving sims don't really use the latest graphics drivers, so we still need to fly to Rome. Right, installing. Best in class. Play, learn and create. Accelerate with AI. I think I would rather not have AI on laptops. I'd rather just have a laptop that was stable and had good battery life. That's good enough for me. In fact, what's the fault viewer thing called in Windows? What's it called? The log thing. What's it called? What's the Windows fault viewer thing called where you can see what last crashed? Forgotten what it's. I know, is it just installing the graphics card? I hope it's installing. I thought it just crashed again. I think he's installing the graphics card. Event viewer, that's it. Oh, he's installing the graphics card. I thought it just crashed again. Oh, my middle screen's not working. That's good. Trying to install NVIDIA graphics here, but the middle screen's not come back on. Ah. Fantastic. I think the computer's just trying to torture me today. Right, let's just the capture card can see it, but the monitor's not working. Let's just reboot, maybe it'll work. What's my thoughts on AMS2? It's alright, it's good, it's fun AI, looks nice, works good in VR. Physics are nowhere near as good as Race Room AC. It's got wonky physics. Everything's like slow motion and slidey. It tries to do too much than it can actually do. It's got interesting content in it. Random like Brazilian tracks, bunch of good cars, but nothing in AMS2 drives better than AMS1 or AC or race room. So, yeah. Depends how, like, if you're playing with a low end wheel, you might not notice. Or if you're newer to sim racing, or you've never been in a real car, or you just don't notice, and then it might be fine. Right, let's see if this works. Oh, here we go. Oh, is the camera turned off again? I'll have to re-turn the camera on. Thanks, computer. Don't you love, like, mysterious crashes? They're the best kind. They're the most fun. I need a stick so I don't have to get out my sim rig to turn the camera back on. See, thing is, my camera goes into a capture card on my PC, which then goes out to another computer, so I can capture the camera twice. But what it means is when the computer turns off, the camera loses its connection, and then the camera turns off. Right, let's see the event viewer and see if we can find the crash from before. Here we go. Event error, application error. Explorer. System 32 driver. NV disp. NV GPU comp. It's like Windows Explorer. There we go. The GPU has been disconnected. Yeah, no, this is just a result of the GPU turning off. I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I've just installed an older version of the driver, so. The force feedback's weird. Well, it depends. You can use custom force feedback, or the default plus is alright, or it's more that the cars just float around all over the place, so the force feedback's going to reflect that. to be honest, yeah, the ones and zeros have all got mixed up. We're doing this bloody flight. We'll see if the computer bursts into flames again. Why not? When are you going to do your next iRace? Well, I wouldn't do a 5k challenge. I'd do like a 7k challenge. I'd do it when they make the tyre physics realistic. Then we'll do an iRating challenge. Because it'll be fun hot lapping. If the cars drive like cars, it'll be fun. So never. Well, who knows? You could be hopeful. Be nice, wouldn't it, if they do actually make it fun to slide the cars around a bit. Alright, here we go. Cheers everyone, it's tea time. Off we go to Rome. From Lilo Airfield to Rome. Hopefully, unless the computer catches on fire again. I can't remember when it started doing this weird crashing thing. No, this is the flight sim update since I did Germany, Kirith. How's it going, man? The world update, Germany, Austria.
The pace car is out of control.
Switzerland. Hello, Shane Chase. It might be game changing. Okay. Game changing. Where's that meant to be? Golden Age. I don't recognise any of those places in those pictures. In the background image looks like Italy or something. I haven't tried it, Kirith, because when I went to try it to do like a review video, it wasn't working. So there's a bit of a sort of shows you the issue with having servers for everything. Salzburg, nice. I don't know where Salzburg is. Will this crash again? Let's take this. It's good, nice pain. $400 knots. It's about the same as a. Could have just taken a passenger jet. Bloody passenger jets do like 400 or 500 knots now, 500-600 knots even. Well, so the thing is that test drive game is just is it Unreal Engine? I know, is it the Kiloton engine? Hey, what's going on here? Why is the UI? What? Okay. Oh no. Maybe we need newer drivers for this. We're doing it. I don't care. We're doing it. Flaps up. I don't think this aircraft has. Oh, it does have flaps. Well, we'll just go full power to where we're going. Bloody hell, he didn't want to take off. Hello, we're going to fly into a tree. you can role play as air traffic if that's what you really wanted. Off we go to Rome. Let's fly down the valley. It's yeah, I think it's like 500 gig or something now. These hills look a bit weird. Something's going a bit weird with the grass. Could I fly a plane based off a well, it depends what you mean by fly it. I could I'd be able to find the button that allows you to talk to air traffic control, and then they would tell me to plot the autopilot. And I know where the autopilot buttons are, so I'd be able to set the autopilot for the plane to land at the nearest airfield. So yeah, I mean, you wouldn't land it yourself. You'd let the autopilot. You don't need to be able to fly a plane. You just set the autopilot to land it. The only button you need to know as a passenger, if everyone died on the plane and you're the only person alive, or everyone's unconscious, you just need to know the radio button, maybe like how to change radio frequency, and then that's it. It would already be on like a radio frequency to talk to someone, presumably. So you would just push the radio button and go, the pilots have passed out. Can someone guide us to the tell me how to get it to the nearest airfield? That's what would happen, and pretty much anyone could do that. If they were just calm and they put the details in. Landing a passenger jet without any previous training would be pretty difficult, because you wouldn't. They're really weird in handling character, so you know. I think most people could do it. Like there's a smaller recreational aircraft now. Some of them have a big button on the dash you can push, and the plane will automatically land at an airfield. Oh, there we go. I could definitely land a light aircraft, for sure, yeah. But not, I mean, the passenger jet, it's all the bloody... There's so many, like, weird things with it. There's also landing and landing safely. They're two different things. Yeah, but you just use autopilot to land the aircraft, basically. It'd do it. It'd do everything for you. You open the door and climb round, Lorenzo, obviously. God, how else do you think you're getting? Yeah, that's why you climb around the outside of the plane. How many pilots are in a... Is it just 2? Was it 3? How many... Do they lock the door properly in a passenger jet? I don't think they always lock it fully. I mean, the thing is... It would depend, wouldn't it, if it's like an international flight or like a... What's the statistical likelihood that all 3 pilots die spontaneously? They all have a heart attack at the same time. Some planes you can there's a computer control room that's accessible from behind the door where the pilots are, so you could potentially lift up the carpet, lift up the floor, and then hack into the plane and then fly it from behind the pilots. That's possible in an absolute disaster. I'm surprised no films really use that as you can't get into the FBI. Yeah, you can't get into the cabin. Oh, look at this. I wish you'd fly over Pompeii. Isn't that on like a little island? Really old planes that have got cables that run through the whole aircraft. You could pull up the floor, and then you could pull on the cables to control it. That'd be good for like an action film. But there's a lot of cables. Like if you've ever seen, if you ever get a chance to go to like there's the Boeing Museum. If you go to like aircraft museums, they sometimes have planes with the floor and the ceiling removed, so you can see the control cables and things. But there'd be a lot of tension on them. I'm not sure how you would. Yeah, you could potentially fly a plane doing that though. Again, that would be awesome for like a film, like a silly action film. Like terrorists take control of the plane, and passengers are trying to then control it, and then a passenger works out somehow that there's the cables that go through the aircraft, and so they then take it apart and cut it and then make it so they can control it. That'd be a good plot twist. Yeah, and you have a really strong guy that's having to hold them with like pliers, and then someone's having to tell him what to pull, and then the camera cuts. You could make a really ridiculous action film. In modern jets, they're not. The wires are only in the wings, like the big, like, you've got the wing, and then you have like the there's like these squarish bits on the wings that's got all like the control motors and stuff in it. So it would only work in like up until like 2005 maybe. I don't know when they started using fly-by-wire, but this looks nice. A ratchet set, yeah. It's crazy though, if you see old aircraft, they're literally just cables running down the ceiling to the back of the aircraft. Some under the floor, some on the ceiling. This looks well good. This is all for JF to be able to get his coffee from Rome. We're going full power here. We're only just about hitting 300 knots. I think this is an Italian aircraft actually as well. Good. Quite a nice aircraft. They use these as a trainer for some countries. They did a really good job with the camera in this game, where it doesn't lock onto the aircraft straight away. Like there's a nice bit of delay between the camera and the plane, so it lets you see the sort of movement of the aircraft. I think that's like nice, good design for a chase cam. Although you can see the point at where it locks on, where it's like nice and floaty, and then all of a sudden it goes bit. Could have like eased into it a bit more, but. The physics are a bit weird in this game. Like DCS, the jets fly way more naturally. Things are just overly floaty. Like, look at that stall. We're actually stuck. Let's try and save it. Hang on. Oh, bloody hell. Like, what is that stall? Oh, like that's just not really... This doesn't make any sense. What kind of stall is this? It's gone. Physics have turned off. There's no saving it. Oh. Can we save it? I think the physics just turned off. Saved it. Don't know what kind of stall that was. I turned the power off. We were alright. We didn't overspeed. Just weird. Yeah, so DCS doesn't really do stuff like that. We're only going like 350 knots. Jim, thank you for subscribing. Welcome. Yeah, the helicopters in this have a weird behaviour as well. Oh, am I going the wrong way? Oh, thanks. Glad you noticed. I had a concussion from banging my head on the aircraft. Yeah, I was paying attention. Oh, this could have been a really long flight. We're taking ages to get where we're going. It's like we've got to go the same way twice. Yeah, the helicopters in this, when you're flying really low, the Microsoft ones, there's some mods that don't do it, but like they don't do ground effect properly, and so they like go in ground effect and then it goes out and then it comes back and then it goes in and comes out. Whereas in real life, the ground effect is like really quite consistent and decent. Like it doesn't just go like weird. The inside FSX helicopter, the Bell 47, is a lot better. They use their own physics. So I don't know why. Like DCS doesn't have these issues. I don't know why. Yeah, hopefully maybe they improve the physics more with the next flight sim. But you really do notice it's a lot better than the previous flight sim, but it's nowhere near as good as X-Plane or DCS. Or even Aerofly and Phoenix RC. They all. I don't know what it is though. That why. So the old flight sims, the problem is that it used like a sort of non-procedural lookup table way of doing physics, which you can get very good results in very specific parameters. But if you were to do any like aerobatics or anything, it was outside like the predefined parameters, and everything basically flies like a brick. So this has more of a procedural engine to it. So like the wings have like multiple lift detectors on it, and then it calculates how that would affect the aircraft. But it still has a bit of a bricky character to it. Wow, Jet, sometimes you just want to go to Iceland, you know? did say whilst we were doing that, I was like, oh, is that Edinburgh? And then everyone said no. And I was like, oh, well, okay, because we flew around the edge of it. True Blue. Yeah, well, so I think what they're doing in 24, all it is it's a much better procedural engine for placing trees and grass and things, and then they've got more procedural assets to allow them to populate the area closer to the camera with more detail. That's what that is really, and then obviously some marketing. The thing is, I do feel like with Microsoft Flight Sim, they get a bit carried away on like the marketing components of it. In terms of like, oh, it's the whole world, fly to your house, real world weather, and it's like, okay, those things are great, but actually the thing that would make Flight Sim a better game are more realistic physics, so the planes fly like planes, and career mode. Not, they passed a, don't get me wrong, the graphics are amazing, and laser scan cities do look incredible. So LiDAR cities and stuff. So that is really good. But the bog standard terrain quality with the non-LiDAR, like the launch version of Flight Sim, is good enough quality for you to be like, this looks amazing. And then you're like, well, okay, but what's the gameplay? What, you know? DCS is terrible at first contact, then becomes awesome when you accept the study sim aspect. But then becomes terrible again. You notice the weather systems. Yeah, well, gliders don't work properly in Flight Sim either. Like the lift and stuff is a bit weird. The tarmac handling behaviour is really weird as well with propeller aircraft. Like when the plane goes from being on the ground to in the air, it's like there's a really obvious physics switch. It just seems a bit weird. Like the resistance from the tyre versus other aspects is a bit strange. So yeah, I just feel like the thing is, you can sell, if you're looking for like sales of a game with a general aviation game like Microsoft Flight Sim, it does sell it where you go, oh, it's the whole world virtually, and to a lot of people they'll be like, oh my god, that's amazing. And it's like, well, it's like the No Man's Sky thing. It's like, oh, it's infinite, it's the universe. It's like, oh, that sounds great on a magazine, but when you actually think about what does that really mean in terms of gameplay, well, you've got the whole world of Microsoft Flight Sim, but what's the actual gameplay? Well, there isn't any. so it's like, oh, so actually most people that find the whole world thing exciting are the type of people that would actually want gameplay in the world. Otherwise it's pointless. So you sort of hardcore GA pilot people, they just want the plane systems to be really accurate. They do like, obviously, the graphics being good, but they don't need don't care if the graphics aren't as good as they are now. You know. Yeah, no, I think it's good what they've done, but I think it's, and definitely that it's on console. But my thing has always been it's just not had any real gameplay in it. It seems that they could have some simple gameplay, like a simple career mode could have been done for the launch version of the game, like a really basic career mode. Because like you could have the equivalent of a mobile phone game type career mode, and that would be really addictive within the current structure. It wouldn't need to be that crazy. Just what people have done is with mods, but in the game, start off with a small aircraft. You get money, which allows you to then buy a license to then fly more expensive or larger aircraft. It evaluates you for your landings, evaluates you for your smoothness of flight. You have to get your fuel levels right and stuff, and they could have done that. There's no that's a separate. You've got like a Microsoft backed game. It's the equivalent of one programmer and an artist working for a year could produce a career mode for Microsoft Flight Sim. Obviously, with their type of studio, it'd probably end up taking 3 programmers and 10 artists because of how that kind of thing is. But you know, it could be done. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens in the new one. Korea. Yeah, don't you want to fly to North Korea? That's been my passion. Korea. Korea, mate. Yeah, the whole game based around Korea. Yeah. Corsair. That's really winds people up. I don't know why. Are you supposed to say Corsair or something? Corsair's fine. Corsair? It's fine. That's fine. I don't know why that annoys people so much. Boah. Corsair. It doesn't really matter, does it? Beta. Pagani. Porsche. Well, so you say it's an actual word with universally agreed upon pronunciation. You do realise that the way language works is that people just say stuff slightly different. That's precisely why different regions have different accents, and then eventually you have different words and different languages, right? So there is no like universally agreed upon. There's been attempts. There has been attempts to have universally agreed upon language and standardised language, but at the end of the day, people pronounce things differently and have different words, and it doesn't really matter if everyone understands. The thing is, if everyone understands what's being said, that's the point of language. So if someone is complaining about how a word is pronounced or spelt, whilst they fully understand, everybody that's taking part in the conversation understands what's being said, the person complaining is the person that's wrong. No, I'm explaining how language works, but people go through school. This is exactly the same as the wrong force feedback, wrong field of view thing, where people learn a specific thing, but they can't see the forest from the trees, and they don't understand that the point of language is communication and understanding. And if everyone understands what's being said, it doesn't matter how it's said. Really, it would be a problem if people didn't know what you were talking about. Fine. But if they all do, which they normally do, then yeah, but the context is how language largely works, though, isn't it? So people would know the context. So it wouldn't matter. Yeah, you'd be right if you were just randomly talking about it and people are like, "What do you mean? I don't understand what that is." But given that most information is talked about contextually, I'm telling you, it's because people go to school and they learn like they're like, "Oh, well, I've learnt this and I know it," and then someone says something slightly different, they get all upset. It's like, well, I'm sorry. I mean, if we're going to get upset about that, there's a lot of language things you could get upset about. And before you know it, you start being French. And then they, like, set up actual government departments designed around protecting their language. and just a waste of time, because over hundreds of years things will just change anyway. Also, most people are not talking with like received pronunciation in English, so I've just oranged my face there. What is this down here? Quite a big city. What really annoys me, this really annoys me, is bloody British people. So British people will call things by the French name to make them sound exotic and fancy. So like food, they'll go, or they'll call the wine like a French name of wine or whatever. Do you know what I mean? And it's really dumb, because it's like you're just saying a French word. It's not fancy, you're just saying a French word. It like, to a French person, they'd just be like, yeah, that's just the word for that. But they're only saying the French word because it sounds exotic, but it's not exotic, it's just another bloody word. And then people get annoyed with you not saying it. So if you're in England, I think it's perfectly fine for an English person to pronounce it in an English way. If you're in France, it's perfectly fine for someone to pronounce something in a French way. Like if they're talking about an English thing, like places, for example. Like, just call it whatever you call it wherever you are, for the people that... It doesn't matter. It's that weird pretentiousness around these things. It really annoys me. I think anyone that sort of learnt another language when they were younger probably feels the same way, because for them, they're like, yeah, that's just the word in another language. It's not special. It's just the same as the English word. It's just... When people get really uptight about place names and they're like, oh, you've pronounced that wrong. It's like, well, no, they're bloody French. So they're going to say it with a French accent. Doesn't matter. Or they're English. They're going to say it with an English accent. Doesn't bloody matter, does it? You have to say it in a French accent, or people think you're just showing up. Hang on, when you speak French and say an English word with a nice accent, people find it funny or worse, pedantic. You have to say it in a French accent, or people think you're showing off. Yeah, well, that's the other side of it as well. Yeah, it goes multiple ways. Yeah, that's the opposite of what happens with English people. Bloody, I'm trying to eat an orange here. My plane keeps trying to crash. No, I don't like using autopilot. What must really wind people up, if you hang around multilingual people a lot, or you have like multilingual people in your family, what tends to happen is if they both speak both languages equally, they end up mixing up words together. So you end up with like French English, and they don't even notice. Like you used to do it by accident. So the spelling thing is even worse, you get people that go mental about spelling and grammar, and they're complaining about that, but they're incapable of the most basic critical thinking skills. And it's like, okay, on a hierarchy of what's important, is it being able to spell words perfectly, or is it being able to spell words so people can read exactly what's being communicated perfectly fine, but actually having a logically coherent point? It's like the dumb person will complain more about grammar and spelling than they will about critical thinking, because they're too dumb to know that they're stupid. And so you get stuck. It's so, like, that's the worst thing about stupidity. It doesn't know it's stupid. I think we're too small to make use of the headrest. Like a ejector seat headrest. I think you can maybe move it down a bit. Maybe we're just very small. We don't seem to be sitting on the chairs properly. She's not even holding the joystick. Oh, here we go. Oh no, we've got a bit to go still. Got a bit to go. Should we fly a bit lower? Let's do some ground hugging. This is the best way to see the countryside. It's weird that a plane travelling at like 370 knots doesn't feel like it's going that fast. Even when you're quite low. I always think it's about passenger jets and stuff. They don't feel like they're going that quickly. Hello, Swolio. How's it going, man? I've never seen you in an aeroplane. I guess you can't. Oh, you could trail brake. You could trail brake on the taxiway. Thrust reverse trail braking. There's whole new shorts you can make. You straight up made up names of companies. Wow. Not countryside in Italy. I think we need to download some different trees though. I think that's one of the things that Flight Sim 24 will have more tree variety. I think they should have every tree. You start to get like diminishing returns though once you get to like the quality that Flight Sim is. Oh yeah, can you imagine, JF, if they used the map but then went over it and made it like 1940s and did like a full scale World War II combat flight simulator game with like your bombing targets and stuff, and with the game somehow dispatching so everyone's playing on the same map, and then you probably have to instance things to some degree, but like it would be amazing. That's what they did with the old Flight Sim, is they made the combat versions. Microsoft Combat Flight Sim. Yeah, I mean there was that World War II online, but it was really janky. Well, you couldn't you? You could pick a side. You could pick if you're Axis or Allies, and then play accordingly. And then you could have an instance that maybe it supports like 200 people, and you just keep respawning. But you'd be like, oh, this. You could have AI as well as players, and you'd be like, oh well, it looks like this area is being attacked more, so we need to command the AI and do our own dogfighting and stuff. Or it could just be all players. But I think companies have gotten too sensitive now. So like, I know with Flight Sim that they have to be super careful because of the plane companies, and they don't want any association with any violence or anything. So whereas back in the past, no one really cared about video games culturally outside of the games industry, so they could get away with it. But now because it's taken seriously, they'd be too worried that they'd be like, oh well, political. It's not politically correct that you're bombing the. You're recreating Dresden. Oh, we don't like that. It would be too controversial. Mind you, when a modern power recreates the removal of a group of people, apparently that's fine. So I don't know. It just seems like there's a lot of hypocrisy at the moment. You tried to play Squad again recently. Russia and Ukraine, Russia's against everyone else. Oh dear. It's not wokeness gone mad. It's business. It's to do with people not wanting to risk potentially losing money, and it's not because people are being more woke. It's because corporations don't want to like rock the boat whatsoever. And then it's not even wokeness. Like, the thing online is things go to a wider group of people, and then you can leverage that. Something's always gonna go to someone or a group of people that are triggered by something, and that group of people could be a really small minority, but it could still represent 5,000 people. Which, if you have 5,000 super dedicated, upset people, they can then shift the narrative on something and manipulate the narrative on something. So then everything has to be, which then has a potential of financial damage. So that is what that's largely about. And then on the internet, it's kind of not really reality, but people treat it like reality. And they kind of also, for some reason, culturally, people seem to ignore the fact that the internet is mostly like 12-year-olds. Like, this, like, most content and media consumption is consumed by 12 to like 20-year-olds that have a lot of free time, so they're not necessarily the most critical people or the most knowledgeable people. And so then capitalism is largely predicated on monetizing those sort of 12 to 20-year-olds. So everything gets like infantilized and really dulled down and stupefied. that's just it's just the process of capitalism, really, as things have gone, especially with the internet. Like, you look at how, so just look at how view numbers affect stuff. So content on the internet, in terms of what's gauged as being successful or not, will be like down to view numbers. Well, what's going to get more view numbers? It will be stuff that appeals to sort of people of a mental age of 12 to 15 or something. So that then makes content that's a bit shit look as if it's not shit, because, wow, look how many views it's got. It's so good. It's doing really well. So then people look at that and they ignore the reason it's got views is because it's appealed to like 12-year-olds, not because it's actually decent. They've not asked people that are like 25 or 30 plus to go, oh, is this quantitatively a decent thing? They're just looking at the views, and so they look at that as a success metric, and then everything gets geared towards leveraging that type of viewership. So that ends up shaping everything around that perspective. Which is weird, which is fine, but it's weird that people ignore that that's a massive component. I noticed in business, a lot of people look at, they don't care the way that how something is being successful or how something's made money. They just see the end result. So let's say I'm like a shitty YouTuber and I've made videos that have basically just monetized 12-year-olds with like drivel content that's really dumb, but it's got a good viewership, and so that's made money. And then let's say I pivot from doing like really crappy Minecraft videos or really crappy Roblox videos or something, whatever, and then I pivot to then doing some other form of content that's traditionally less popular. People will then be like, oh wow, you've been really good in this thing where no one else has been really good, totally ignoring the fact that they gained the audience from like 12-year-olds that are not particularly critical. They didn't gain the audience from the actual thing that everyone's now paying attention to. So like it applies even with like if you look at something like Top Gear, right? The reason that Top Gear gained traction and viewership is because of leveraging the popularity of car brands. It's not because Jeremy Clarkson, James May and Richard Hammond are really, really good presenters. They built up an audience through the marketing potential of car brands, and then the positioning of it and the timing of it. They did have a dynamic and did produce like a nice thing that internationally works really well because people find British people funny. But the point is, it's not that they are actually good comedians. But people ignore all the like intricacies of what actually goes in to make something that ends up being very financially successful. Yeah, notice that with a lot of stuff. People see the end result rather than all the stuff that leads to the end result. We've just run out of fuel. Oh, there's the runway. Will we make it? We're going to glide to the runway, guys. That was good timing to run out of fuel. Okay. I don't think this aircraft glides very well. No, we're just very fuel efficient. Oh, dear. No, we're making this. We're going to put the flaps down at the last minute. Ah, we're fine, we're fine. Oh shit, do the wheel... Oh, they do come down. Sometimes when you run out of fuel, the wheels no longer work. We're going to have to sort of nose it down. Oh, we're going to land on the lights. Oh, he's going to stall. Oh, what a glider landing. Who needs engines, guys? We're going to have to take a shortcut. Nailed it. Get off the runway. I don't think you can eject in Microsoft Flight Sim. But yeah, no, I've noticed this a lot with like business stuff, where so many people attribute the success to the thing that's not actually what caused the success. You know, it's like people ignoring the location of a business or the past history of all the other stuff that a business has done. No way would it glide that well. Well, we were at like 200 knots. But yeah, they do tend to fall out of the sky like a brick, jet planes. Right, we're going to fly. We can use a helicopter over Rome if the game doesn't crash. What's this? Character design is bad, nothing to do with woke. You kids like to spout about everything, eh? I don't know what's going on there. I mean, with that specific game, we'll fly down the river in the helicopter. I think that whole game is probably to do with like weird marketing, maybe the fact that you had to buy it, the fact there's already loads of games. There's loads of those types of games already that are free to play. So why would someone want to buy that game? It don't make any sense. The timing of it. I don't think it's even to do with like, you know. I think it could be to do with loads of stuff. Yeah, so like the game might not even be that bad. It's just, and it might be nothing to do with woke. It's just the number of people already playing those types of games. We're going to fly up the river. So the problem with words like woke is they are useless words that people just throw the word around as if the word in and of itself describes a specific thing, and it's not enough of as a word in and of itself. It has very limited communicational capacity, and so people will throw certain words around when they're actually being communicated. They're being lazy in terms of communication. So what someone needs to say is a specific thing. What's weird is a lot of people accept people saying stuff when they're not actually saying anything. So someone goes, "Oh, this is woke," or "That's not woke," or "This." It's like, well, no, you can't. That's not how language works. You have to say. The reason why I think that this game didn't succeed is that they focused too much on these specific aspects that that turn out to not be particularly relevant, or that this is a misguided approach. And do you know what I mean? And then also defining to what capacity they mean by that. You can't just say woke, because it's like saying, "Oh, right, people on the right politically." It's like, well, which people? It's too broad of a categorization. It's like when people do it with like gender or ethnicity. it's like it's too wide of a categorization, so it doesn't work for communication. But the reason why people do it is because a lot of sort of media communication and online communication is purely about getting clicks and rage baiting. So the more you're simplistic with language and ill-defined with language, the more you can rage bait and then claim, if someone calls you out on it, you can then say, oh no, I didn't mean that, you got it wrong. So it's basically like a sort of Machiavellian way of not being accountable for making an actual point of argument. That's basically that's basically what tends to happen with those types of words. Because you can make positive and negative arguments about the general sense of wokeness, in that actually it's really good for people to be aware of certain aspects of privilege they've had. Like, you can have privilege as a white male, you can have privilege as a black male, or a black female, or white female, or a lesbian, or a gay guy, or whatever. Everyone can have different degrees of privileges. And being aware of those privileges within a specific thing is a good thing to be aware of. So, and yeah, then some people are going to have more advantages than other people due to historical events. Some people less advantages. Sometimes that's relevant, sometimes it isn't relevant. So being as aware as possible about things is generally a good thing. Yeah, obviously some people that are technically in a less privileged position will leverage the cultural climate to get an advantage, because you'll have minorities that are also going to be racist themselves and narcissists and psychopaths, and so you will end up with them using whatever tools they can to get whatever advantage they can, and then they will use the fact that they're a minority as a shield. But that's not going to apply to everybody in that minority category. You have people that aren't minorities doing the same thing but with different stuff, or leveraging their privilege more and then denying it. So KHMP, yeah, I'm getting my fitness up so we can do the walk across Scotland. I need to be able to walk a certain distance every day. Well, it disgusts me how night. To be honest, is it a privilege? You have to shampoo your hair all the time. I don't think that's much of a privilege. Maybe we need to turn the terrain caching off. You tend to get this stutter when it's caching the terrain. Nice bridge. Because sewage place, but also a steelworks or something. But privilege is the new catchword. Well, I mean, what word do you use for? It depends how you use it. You can use it as a buzzword, but the word privilege has existed for a long time. So you can say that in certain things you are privileged and certain things you're not. It doesn't mean you're not necessarily using that word in the buzzword way. Jared, I don't think they will put effort into them. To be honest, what you find is a lot of games will make money, and it won't necessarily be the games that developers put the most amount of effort into. It'll be like through random chance, through marketing, through acquiring the right thing at the right time, through dodgy monetization practices. So AAA studios and publishers, it's a machine to just extract money. It's not really about doing good products. But they probably won't fail though, will they? Because unless there's laws in place that limit how you can exploit children through like selling stupid shit to them and getting them to gamble, then those are going to be the mechanics that are most profitable, and then people will ignore that and they'll go, oh, it's because the game was good. It's like, no, the reason people are playing this game more than another game is because they're addicted to buying microtransactions. It's nothing to do with the actual gameplay. They've just bought into that. They've just bought into that the microtransaction system. Which this is what I mean. People will ignore the intrinsic things because part of postmodernism as well is people want to say everything's subjective. What you can't say that there's some objectivity to stuff. Everything's subjective. But the problem is, if everything's subjective, everything becomes meaningless. So it's just a weird postmodernist thing. And the reason why the everything subjective is so popular is because on the face of it, it's a very agreeable stance to take. It's for compatibilist. You're welcome to think what you think. I'm welcome to think what I think. Let's not have any conversation. Let's not have any potential conflict on ideas. It's all subjective. And so it seems very friendly, but the problem is you end up, as I say, like a postmodernist sort of ridiculous situation where patently not everything is subjective. Why is there a pyramid? Hang on. Since when was there like a bloody pyramid in the centre of Rome? I didn't know about that. It's not even the centre of Rome. Okay. I know maybe it was like a gift. It's like an old castle wall or something there as well. What's this pyramid about? Oh, is this the old city walls? Well, let's check this pyramid out. Like, what on earth is this, guys? Someone's nicked a pyramid. It looks new. Then that looks like an old city walls. The trees are too big in this. Cover up everything. What's this? Oh, hang on, isn't this the old thing for chariot racing? I was going to say the Colosseum should be on the right. And it was. Yeah, so that old stuff was the old, the walls, the old walls. The Colosseum's mental, right? You should watch some history stuff on it if you haven't. Like, people lived in it for a while. They, like, basically, it was just like an abandoned building for ages, and they were like, ah, well, we'll live in it. And there was, like, random stuff going on in it, and it was, like, derelict for, obviously, so long. And it was just falling apart, and then people were just stealing bricks from it and things, and... we should be able to land in the Colosseum. So stupid. When I went to Rome, I didn't have enough time to actually look around. I guess it's good, because it'd be good to go there properly. Bloody hell. Some weird stuff happening with the air. To give this like a ton of right rudder to stop spinning. Yeah, it's pretty. Looks pretty run down, doesn't it? I mean, could do with some new plaster work. And yeah, this looks flat. I know, they really should have, shouldn't they? Why would you not put a helicopter pad in it? This is how you should fly around the Colosseum. Game of Muscles epic Colosseum tours. I mean, this would be the coolest way to fly around the Colosseum. Whee! Ah! That was close. Wall of death in a helicopter. Yeah, the trees are mental in this. That's how the Romans used. That's what they used to do in the Colosseum. Where's Monza? That's in the north of Italy, isn't it? We'd have to go all the way back to the north. Yeah. I definitely do. We do the best tour guides of the Colosseum. Game of Muscle Colosseum tour. This is what they built it for, it's obvious. I want to go to Pompeii. The 3D model's a little bit better quality than the other stuff. Do you think we could buy this and live in it? Got enough room for some sim rigs. This helicopter really doesn't like flying in reverse. It's really weird. It really has trouble with it. Yeah, we could have a sim rig on top. Oh, there's a lift going to the roof here, so presumably you can, as a tourist, get the lift up the back to have a nice view of the city. Yeah, I'm flying like a drunk here. Yeah, who needs a chariot? Simrig's much better. What's crazy with a lot of the Roman buildings is obviously they've just been around. Like people have just been living life around them. It's weird that they haven't knocked them down. That they didn't go, oh, well, you know, take the bricks for something newer. I mean, Rome was like abandoned for a long period of time. It's pretty crazy. Maybe it's an Italian thing. They're like, yeah, let's leave them. We couldn't take them down, but let's leave them. They probably didn't even care. Like in the past, people just didn't care about historical buildings. They were like, well, you know, take the bricks, whatever. Because everyone was dying. Just war all the time. Take the bricks, doesn't matter, no one cares. It's funny how the Colosseum was like a giant vanity project, though. Like, even in Roman times, rather than building the Colosseum, they could have actually worked on making the quality of life of the people of Rome better, but they'll have wasted shitloads of money on building the Colosseum. You could argue that maybe the distraction of the Colosseum helped stability, but there would have been people just wanting basic food. But it would have been like, they make this big building, all these resources go into it, and I would do stupid sports that are pointless in it. That's humanity. And then in the future, people are like, what an impressive building, it's so good. And it's really what it should represent is a waste of money or waste of resources that probably could have been used to improve the quality of life of the average person. Welcome to Gamer Muscle's pessimistic view on glorious historical buildings. Like the Colosseum looks nice, it's interesting, but at the end of the day, it was a pretty stupid project. That's my review of the Colosseum. Or you could make it as an argument that actually civic infrastructure is well worth the investment and actually adds to the value of the country. I mean, how many billions of dollars of tourism has the Colosseum generated for Rome that otherwise wouldn't have? So when the emperor was building it as a stupid vanity project, maybe, I mean, it actually employed people, they were doing stuff, it would have reduced their inflation and added value to Rome into perpetuity. So based on that, maybe it's a good argument for more infrastructure projects, and shows you the absurdity of the current government trying to reduce the deficit not by doing projects but by austerity. So maybe the Colosseum's the biggest argument against austerity. Where did they get the money exactly? It's almost as if they had a population that was able to do stuff, and that they just did it with what was available. And that, yeah. No, they had to, look, Shumi, they had to build a deficit. That's what happened. The lack of locking stone. Yeah. It all holds to itself. Like iRacers clinging to themselves. trying to convince themselves that the tyre model's realistic. They all hold together with no glue. It's amazing. It's incredible. How does he fit an iRacing tyre model rant into a helicopter flight through Rome? Yes. Only Gamer Muscle can inject an iRacing tyre model rant into a helicopter flight through Rome. I don't know when they updated this. This was a while back. Some of it looks a bit post-apocalyptic, but some of it looks quite good. Like, this looks nice. There's just so much stuff in Rome, it's crazy. Yeah, I know what you're saying, JF. Oh, hang on, isn't this the Pope, the Vatican? This is one of Cleopatra's. So these are from Egypt. That's what's crazy. Rome would be a well good place to hold like an outdoor rave, and you could have like different venues, like in the you could have a Colosseum playing Hard House. The Vatican could have some like melodic trance, and you could project onto all the buildings. Wow. Honor, Principas. This is the best way. I need to get a helicopter and we could just fly around Rome. You wouldn't have to like wait in any queues. Probably annoy people with your downdraft, but tough shit. Can you imagine just someone just turning up to Rome in a helicopter and flying around like this? Yeah, it doesn't say. I wonder if they have the same rules that you have in London. You're not allowed to fly a helicopter over the city unless it's a police helicopter, and ambulances can, but like basic helicopters have to fly along the river. You probably get. Well, I don't think they shoot you down because they won't want you to fall on anyone. But yeah, you probably wouldn't be allowed in a plane again. Yeah, this is the ultimate camp spot. You could just run around the top. Ah, what was that? I've just flown into something. What am I flying into? What? Ah, it's something invisible. What? Ah, they've got a force field around it. They put a force field around it. They knew I was coming. That was weird. God doesn't like helicopters. Should have known. See, at this altitude, everything looks pretty photo real. Oh, that's crazy. We're only at where's the altimeter on this? 1,000 foot. 1,500. No, 1,300. And it looks pretty similar to what it would look like in real life. You remember with flight sims in the past, you'd have to be at like 20,000 foot for it to look okay. Yeah, it's basically at 1,000 foot, it's kind of photo real. Actually, at this altitude, the trees don't look too stupid either. Yeah, Noah 1, I think it's just the positioning of stuff is what really makes the illusion work well. Because it is, obviously, this like a photogrammetry. Yeah, the resolution will improve and the processing of it should be good. Hello, Pumba! Hello. There's some really cool models of Rome that were like built over the years, were like of ancient Rome that people spent like their whole lifetimes building. Like plastic models or made out of clay and stuff. Google on YouTube Rome, ancient Rome model. Like some of them are like really impressive. The Pantheon, isn't that in Greece? I don't know. I should go to Athens actually. So ancient Rome's more at this area. I mean, I guess all of it is, but like you can see Pantheon. Actually, how much fuel do I have? I find it weird that... Oh, there we go. 71 litres. A lot of aircraft, the fuel is not really that obvious, which is weird to me. You think that's the most important thing? The Pantheon was the building with the hole in it. They've all got holes in the roofs. Team VVV. Hello, viewers. Hello, viewers. How's it going, Alan? I missed what he said. How's it going, man? Hello, viewers. Hello.
Hello, viewers.
What's with the holy buildings? Exactly. They didn't realise, like the Swiss, that they could just put the holes in the cheese. And they spent so many years building holes in buildings. And then one day a Swiss man on holiday went to Rome and he went, I don't know how Swiss people talk, but he went, could have just done it in cheese. And the Romans are like, Ah, we've been putting the holes in the buildings all this time. If only we knew. Ah. Mamma mia! Why are we building the hole in the building? We could have put it in the cheese. We are so stupid. But we got good buildings with holes in them, so it was good in the long run. We are such a donuts. No, mamma mia! The donut has a hole as well. How did we not to see this? Stupid. This looks nice. Who needs natural light though? If the Romans were proper sim racers, they wouldn't care about those kind of things. Probably just as well you don't know how Swiss people talk. I don't know. I've never talked to a Swiss person. We all know how angry Germans talk, don't we? Ah, dear.
Mayday, mayday. It's your captain speaking.
Don't make any jokes about Germans. Some of them are very sensitive. Right. What a horrible train. Is it? Can't be worse than Brussels Midi. I think it's I think it's a beautiful train station. I think you're JF. You're just trying to neg their train station to try and hide the fact that Brussels Midi is probably the worst train station in the world. Oh, this is the station that has all those electronic controlled like glass ceiling, isn't it? Is that this train station? Is that, or is that this? It is this train station, isn't it? I think it is. It's full of holes. I'm noticing a theme here. There's a station somewhere where the ceiling has like rotating glass stuff that allows it to ventilate, and it's really complicated. I don't know. I think it might be the Roman one. Probably broken. Probably doesn't work. They probably just leave it closed. I've been to Liège. Yeah, no, I took pictures of it. It's nice. If you go to Maastricht, you have to change at Liège train station. It's got a nice glass coloured ceiling. Yeah, I've been to Liège a few times, and I know it well. I've been there as a kid as well. Like a 1950s office block here. Yeah, I took the Eurotunnel from London to Brussels Midi, and then I had to get the train from Brussels Midi, and survived Brussels Midi, which is a miracle because that station feels like you're going to die in a minute, to Liège, and then I took the train from Liège to Maastricht. All the trains look proper ghetto there. They're so funny. They're like they're like trains will have like graffiti on them. They look broken. But actually, the people on the trains seem like really nice and friendly. It feels quite welcoming. But the trains themselves, they feel like something from Half-Life 2. They don't look like passenger trains. And then they have like a first class and a second class, which you can't tell the difference. I accidentally sat in the first class and got told off. And I was like, well, it looks the same. What's the point? Oh, well, there you go. Well, given that the weed is like basically... Well, it's not legal in Germany, but it basically is. I'm not sure what other countries will do, like... Look at these streets. Yeah, when I was on the train on my way back to the UK from Maastricht, and I wasn't sure which station we were at, so I asked the conductor on which if we're at Brussels Midi yet, and he was like really horrible to me. He was like, "Oh, you should have listened, you stupid Englishman." I was like, "Well, I was listening, but unfortunately, the version of French that you speak isn't the most easy to understand as a non-native speaker. Sorry." Like, I'm sorry that your version of French is like the Newcastle version of English. Is not exactly the most coherent version of French. A little bit better than Southern French, but... Oh, what's this one? Got another building with a hole. Oh, we can land in that. That's perfect. They did put a helicopter pad in the building. Why is there a helicopter pad in this building? Well, you've got Gamescom, which we went to 2 weeks ago. That's in Cologne. And then Dortmund's only like an hour away from Dusseldorf anyway. It's not too bad. Will we actually... Will this work? Problem is, as soon as you get into the building, the helicopter drops. Oh, come on. Go on. Oh, it's wobbling. Ground effect. Oh, the ground effect in this game is mental. Down. Down. Forward. The ground effect in this sim is absolutely mental. They've somehow managed to make it down. Ah! The ground effect is crazy in this. Yeah, I use the so forwards as lifting up on the collective, and backwards is pushing down, and then this has automatic. It has an automatic governator on it for the RPMs on here. I'll have throttle control and the governators in there. I don't understand what this is. This would be a good sim racing house. I was speaking to Moser at Gamescom and saying now they definitely need to make a helicopter collective, because there's one or two on the market, but they're really niche, and they seemed like they were quite interested in doing it actually. Are you saying it suffers from an interaction with the ground? You managed to blame the tyre model. Yeah, so what you'll find... Hang on, we can turn it on. Hang on. What you find in this... It's just really weird how the ground effect is. Compared to like DCS or other games with helicopters. You need to fly the Bell 47. Like the mod helicopters are a lot better. Stuff's just very floaty. The Microsoft Flight Sim content, the fighter jets, the passenger planes, they're like slow motion floaty. It's like AMS2 physics, basically. That's the best way of describing it. It's literally like AMS2, but in aeroplanes and helicopters. Whereas if you get like a good mod helicopter, or you play DCS, it's more like AC, where things are like, they're floating, but they're kind of snappy still. We can put the lines on for the... Oh no, you can see 3D thermal, but you can't. It's the button you have to bind. Look at the seats. I don't know what they put in this. What do they put in this bag? Parachute. What would you put in that bag? Maybe a place to store the headsets or something. It's a bit weird. It's probably some glue just in case you cut your head off. It's a bag full of sellotape. Moser interested. Get this guy away from me as quick. No, they're really cool actually. They normally ask for a lot of feedback. I think I don't know. Like businesses often say they want feedback, but it's just them being business. You know, they're not like, they don't actually. They already know what they're doing, but they want to come across as getting feedback. But who knows? Mariki, the collectives you can buy are pretty expensive. Yeah, well, it's like the force feedback joystick I'm using. It just costs shitloads, but like that, it was nice to have like a company like Moser can mass produce stuff and get the price down, and a collective that's got a good amount of range to it will really help for helicopters. What football stadium is this? Loads of tennis courts and pools and things. Ah, JF, you must be like a detective. How did you work that out? Is it literally called Rome Football Stadium, or is it like? I mean, you know, you have multiple stadiums in cities normally. Oh, we've got to land in the stadium, haven't we? Ah, no! Graphics card turned off again. That's with the old drivers. Ah. Even with old drivers, it's crashing. And randomly as well. How do you how do you troubleshoot a graphics card crashing totally at random? It's completely random. Doesn't make any sense. Computer's fine. I can't see anything because the graphics card's crashed. But I don't want to. It's not a cheap graphics card. I don't know. It's such a weird thing where when it crashes though. I've never had a graphics card randomly start breaking like that. Maybe I could undervolt it. Simulated engine failure. Simulated reality collapse. Spontaneous blindness. What a fun thing to simulate. Oh, I love computers. Maybe it happened when I put the capture card into the PC. So it could be a PCI Express thing. I don't think it did it before then. So it could be to do with voltages from having another PCI Express card, but capture card's only PCI 1. Yeah, I don't know. I could take the capture card out and see if it's still would be annoying because it's handy having a capture card in the PC. Yeah, I mean, it could be like just something when it's using it. I think it's only when it's under really heavy load. I'd imagine it could be to do with voltages. So something causes it to go to a higher voltage, which maybe is above what my power supply can do. And only since adding another PCI card. So we added a AVerMedia capture card, or we put the Elgato in that computer. Only since adding that, I think that's when it started to do it. So it could be like a voltage issue. So a good power supply in there though. But that would explain it. It's trying to load something. It's doing something which increases the voltage, which then causes the graphics card to crash. That would be. It's not a Windows issue, Carter. It's not a Windows issue. It's a 3080 Ti, but I've had it for ages. So undervolting it could work. It's not overheating. Why do you guys always in chat suggest like this? Almost always suggest like the stuff that's really obviously not going to be the issue. This is like a really common thing.
The pace car is out of control.
Disassembly. No, because it's not overheating because we play for hours and it's fine. Oh, thank you. I can't
Only
even.
ye are.
Who was that? Let's get this back up here so I can see. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's not going to be like the BIOS. The BIOS is up to date, but it will be some volt. It'll be. I'm pretty sure. I think it'll be some voltage thing, and that's why it's doing it typically when normally it does it in menus or going from one thing to another thing, which is when a graphics card goes from being in a rest state to then a higher voltage state. And so what's probably happening is it's asking for more voltage than it can get, and then it just turns itself off. So maybe undervolting it. Yeah, no, I haven't undervolted it, but maybe undervolting it could be the solution. But then also, I'm pretty sure this only started happening when I added the capture card to the PC. And so it's probably the case that capture card is using more PCI. It's probably taking away PCIe voltage, because there's some voltage that goes through the power cables, but there's also voltage that goes through PCIe. So Yeah, no, I looked, Thomas, before, and it just said the graphics card crashed. It didn't say from voltages or anything. So, undervolt it might work, but as I say, I think the problem is when it goes from one thing to another thing and then suddenly takes a load of voltage. Taking out the capture card is probably a good first step. The annoying thing is we have this set up in a really cool way with the capture card goes into the camera goes into two computers, so I can capture video with my camera directly. No, Thomas, it just says driver crash or whatever, because that's all it's aware of. All right, Amber Saber. Thanks for the resub. Really appreciate it. Things if I take the capture card out, I'm gonna have to. Yeah, no. Why do people give like useless tech support stuff? We've been using this system in its current configuration for over a year. I built this computer for the triple screens that we got. The only thing that changed was me putting the PCI Express capture card in, so that's probably the most likely thing that's causing the issue. That would be the logical thing. If something was working and then it stops working, you go, well, hang on, at what point did it stop working? Well, no. Right, yeah, we could use DD. Okay, we'll do that because I might as well. I really don't think that's the issue, but we might as well. Fine. It's a good idea anyway. Is it the Elgato capture card, or did I put an other media one in this? Can't remember. Yeah, it's the Elgato. We also have a network card in there as well. DDU girl. DDU girl. Right. We'll have to reboot like 4 times to do this, but that's alright. And I think undervolting as well might be a good idea. Right, download. We go. Is it Guru 3D that makes it? Hang on. How do you use it? I've never used this before. Ah, I can't be bothered with that bollocks. I know it's the. Look, I know it's the capture card. Do I need to run in? This is This. It's not gonna be that. It's not gonna be that. Like 95% sure it's not the driver because we've changed different drivers and it wouldn't make any sense for the type of crashing for it to be from the driver. It's going to be like a voltage issue. It means I need to reboot like 5 times. I don't even know how you boot Windows 10 in safe mode. What's the shortcut key? Used to be like F8. It's probably not worth it. It'll probably cause other issues. I'm making a fatal error of listening to chat here. Like, I go, my 20 years of IT. Oh, no, I listen to chat. Shift key. Hold down the shift key and click power restart. Ah, didn't know that. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Safe mode 4. Yeah, but look, Hell Knight. I'm just like, I'm telling you, it's when a computer stops working, what's going to be the most likely thing? If it was working perfectly fine before, and then it stops working after you've added some hardware or changed something with the computer, what's more likely? Random drivers, random voltage, like random whatever, or will it be possibly the one thing that you changed that's now causing it to be different? Well, like let's do some Sherlock Holmes on this. Right, I'm in safe mode now. I feel safe. No, it's not. It's not mixing causation with correlation. It's saying the most likely thing. If something was fine, and if it only started having a problem at the point where you changed something, it's quite likely. It's more likely than not to be the thing that you changed. Like, yeah, it doesn't. That's not saying it definitely is, I'm not saying 100%, but it's most likely. It's more likely than that than some other random thing. That's the point. I'm not saying it definitely is, but in the case of computers, if it stopped working specifically when you've changed a piece of hardware that specifically tends to be connected to this type of issue, it probably is that. It might not be, and there could be other stuff that's happening, but it you know. Yeah, it could have done, but then that piece of hardware will have still been the thing that's caused it. Yeah, the problem with using this DDU is it will remove all settings for everything that we've got. So this actually ends up potentially being more work to then get back to the start state than just removing the capture card, which is probably the issue. So the mistake Hell Knight's making is the assumption that doing a software solution would be faster than doing a hardware solution of removing the thing that's probably causing the issue. So again, listening to chat, yeah, we could just remove the NVIDIA drivers, but then you're not removing it fully, which is then negating the point of using DDU to fully remove stuff. So if you're gonna nuke the driver, you might as well go all in. Yeah, but I don't think the driver is corrupted, because I think typically if you install, even if you've not done a DDU uninstall and you've installed a different driver, if the driver's corrupted, you probably notice it. That just doing a different driver would probably fix it. It's not the game. It's not the game crashing. It's the graphics card. The graphics card just crashing. Right, it's restarting. Yeah, it wasn't blue screen of deathing though. It started different. Well, there's a difference between just reinstalling the drivers. We're removing them fully with DDU. We've already tried We've already tried different drivers. But that's what we're doing now. We just removed them, and I'm just going to install the latest drivers fresh. Do you know what the worst possible thing to live stream? I think tech support, fixing a computer whilst live streaming. I think is probably the worst possible thing to live stream. Like it's like, you know, when you're playing iRacing or something, and you're not winning the race. You'll have like a million people going, it's because you're jailbreaking. It's because of this. No, we've not got an Intel processor because no, not necessarily Hell Knight, because it's so easy to remove a PCI Express card, so easy that's not necessarily the harder thing to do or the more time consuming thing. For sure, if you're talking about swapping hard drives over and God knows what, but I even have another capture card that I could use. So, you know, I could just swap it over. But we're doing this now. So... I can't even access my browser. Like... Oh, dear God. The window resolution is... There we go. Bloody hell. It's recently put the resolution on a 4K monitor, but it's running at like tiny resolution, so it's not fitting on the screen. Alright, let's get this new driver. Yeah, I know I could, but I'm doing... Oh, dear. Honestly. Well, I don't have any biscuits, right? So, imagine doing this without any biscuits. Right, it's installing the new driver. I've got some steak though. Yeah, well, that's your choice, though. You don't do it whilst live streaming. You know, the pain of live streaming. You know, like reading a chat room whilst doing stuff is the worst. Like, I mean, it's terrible. It's so hard having people watch you do stuff and send you money. It's so difficult. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's so, I deserve a medal. It's really hard being me. I know. We get more views when the chair's empty. People tune in to not watch. I do have tea. I just don't have biscuits. Oh, it's installing the drivers. It's definitely the tire model. Right, all these games on the NVIDIA installer, Arena Breakout, Black Myth, none of them look interesting. Where's like Splinter Cell or Commandos, Star Wars Outlaws? Don't care. Like, why? I don't care. I like Star Wars, but I don't care about Star Wars Outlaws. Ultimate Guide, Gork, Spectre, Super Moves. Who cares? I don't. No, none of those things are interesting to me whatsoever. What happened? Why don't we have like a promotion for Wetrix? Wetrix 2024. Dota 2? Don't care. Frag Run? Funk? No. Marvel Rivals? No. Look shit. Where's Splinter Cell? Where's Roller Coaster Tycoon? Where's Half-Life 3? You know, graphics card drivers installed. We have monitor action. That's not USB. That's monitors connecting. Okay, and then we'll restart. They cancelled it. Hell Night, they were going to do a VR Splinter Cell and they cancelled it. I mean, Splinter Cell as a VR game sounds amazing. Oh, is this another one? Yeah, it would make sense. Like, that sort of a game would just be really good. Right, and I'm starving. Absolutely starving here. I'll give you some didgeridoo. You ready? Always check your dig for spiders. Did you enjoy that? Was that emotional? For those of you that don't know, that's called music. You might never have heard it. That's called music. Yeah, many people don't know. You can't take ownership of blowing down a tube. I'm sorry. Just because one culture has been blowing down tubes for longer doesn't mean that they then have ownership of blowing down tubes. I bet there's billions of alien planets where people are blowing down tubes in specific ways. You can't have a monopoly on tube blowing. Ridiculous. Just because you happen to have a few thousand years of tube blowing. Sorry, no one else is allowed to blow down tubes because we did it first. Oh, okay. Well, you apparently patented the tube blowing. Right. Right, here we go. Now we've reinstalled everything and it's going to crash again. And if it doesn't crash, I'm still blaming Hell Knight. What should we do? Should we do more Flight Sim? Because that seems to be very good at causing the computer to crash. I need to get some food quickly though. I'm dying. We have been doing some testing. One of my fish is on the floor here. Hang on. You found the problem with iRacing? Is it that people ignore its obvious flaws? Why not, Marco? Why not? People! People are always the problem. Hopefully that meteorite hits the planet. Right. Guys, I'm just going to cook a steak very quickly because I'm absolutely starving. So I'll be like, how long does it take to cook a steak? 10 minutes? 7 minutes? And then we'll see if the computer breaks. I need a BRB. Oh, we already have one, apparently. Oh, there you go, look. I mean, 5 minutes is a bit optimistic, but... Right, I'll be back in a minute. We'll see if the computer crashes whilst I'm getting my food. Oh, do you want some jazz music? Okay, I'll give you some jazz. I think the didgeridoo could be the ultimate jazz instrument. Diddly 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 diddly. I'll leave you with some jazz. song was called Relaxing in the Outback. I really captured the vibe, I think. Once we've got the circular breathing, it'll be good. It'll be fine. We're just getting there. It takes time. Right, back in a minute. Enjoy the jazz. Time for some steak. Who are we banning? Ban everyone. My cow's crashed. I overcooked it. It's alright. Overcooked my cow. I lost my thermometer. Oh, it's alright. Yeah. Cooked it in the microwave. So one thing I noticed in Germany, you can get really quite nice steaks really cheap. Germany is land of the meat. Let's see if the game crashes again. Hello, Firefox. Yeah, we've been flying around and breaking a computer. Well, the whole restaurant steak thing is a total scam because steak's not that expensive compared to normal restaurant fees, and steak is quite easy to cook. So it's really weird that it's become like established as the expensive thing in a restaurant. Like ribs are even more mental. Like ribs are normally pre-cooked, so it's even more crazy that they're so expensive. I know, it's just weird, like, because steak's quite a nice thing to have as a meal out, especially if they have nice chips with nice sauce and stuff. Yeah, it's just ironic that it's actually harder to make a really good pasta than it is to make a good steak and chips. I got this. This steak was Tesco's reduced price. So froze it. Try not to buy meat. to put HP sauce on it? No, just salt and pepper. Why is it steak expensive in New Zealand? I was surprised how cheap steak is in Germany, but maybe it's subsidised or something. Oh no, the darkness is coming. Where's Hawaii? Guys, where's Hawaii? I'm not very good at this. What, here? I don't know where Hawaii is. I'm not here. This is it's somewhere around here. Oh. Here. Where? Is it this? Is it? Oh yeah, Honolulu. I didn't know it was that far in the ocean. My geography's so bad. Is Hawaii America? I mean, is it owned by America? But what about the indigenous people? Don't they hate the Americans? How does that work? But is it more... So like how... I guess it's kind of like how Falkland Islands are. This steak was well good. £2 reduced from 7 from the freezer. Not bad. Got another one as well. I'm not eating much fat, so that's probably why it tastes so good. This is probably the first fat I've had in like 7 days, 8 days. Apart from milk. That was probably why it tastes so good. Awesome. Oh. Needed that. Oh man, tastes so good. Yeah, I don't think I've eaten any fat for 8 days. Not on purpose, I've just been eating, well, fish. Right, where do we go? Wasn't this, they did that flight sim, didn't they, that was based on Hawaii, the Dovetail Games one? Let's fly around this island. I should probably need something a bit faster. Oh well, we'll go with this. It's so funny, my forcing back joystick, when he's not turned on, it's like all limp, and then you connect it and he goes You do get 2 helicopters by default, but they're not the best, but they're alright, they're passable. You couldn't have a general helicopter experience with them, for sure. Right, if the computer still shuts down, I'm blaming Hell Knight. For wasting our time. No, it's good to do a driver wipe anyway, just out of interest. Well, that's great, isn't it? Oh, okay, I guess we were in a cloud. Bloody hell. Mega flap action. Oh yeah, correct process, my arse. Correct process. Oh, good process. Hang on, why is this not working? This has been broken since launch. The coordinated flight ball. Is that what it's called? I don't know what it's called, but like. This has been broken since launch. Unless there's like a thing you have to do. This plane flies quite nice. Stop being lazy. Entitled YouTubers. Oh, I'm well entitled. I tell you that the worst part of entitlement I have is going to like events as an influencer. They normally have like drinks available at stuff, right? Like free drinks. Like they'll just have food and drinks. You know, if you stay at a nice hotel, they just have food and drink. Like you just, if you want food, like you don't pay for it, you just take it, right? Because it's already paid for. And when you have to go to a hotel and you like have to pay for stuff, it's terrible. Do you know what I mean? Like that's the word. That I think that's something that hotels and things could do for anyone to make it better. Like, so for example, how much extra would it cost on a hotel ticket so that the lobby area had crisps, drinks, whatever, and you could just take what you want. Like, if the hotel charged £15 extra, that would cover most of, like, you know, food, drinks or whatever, for like Coke bottles and stuff, because they just buy it in bulk. It doesn't cost them that much, does it? So but it would come across as mega premium, because that's the kind of stuff that you get at, like, if you buy like really fancy pants tickets to like stupid events, you know, it's like an open bar, and so it seems, oh, that's fancy. Or like if you stay in if you have a fully paid up hotel and stuff, you know, you can just, they have those you know in hotels they have like oh, you have it at like airports, you know like the business class airport stuff, where you go in and they've got like a buffet and the food's just there and the drinks are there. And I mean, you can buy some of the stuff you can pay for, but like, you know, you can have a glass of wine or champagne or Coke or whatever, but that's all included in the business class access, right? But that, if you think about it, that doesn't actually cost the business that much to offer that on aggregate. Like, they could, if you charged everybody using it £15, it would cover it all. So it's weird that you have, so it's another tax, isn't it? Like a poverty tax, where if you have to buy a Coke from a vending machine, it's like £3, and it's like, well, hang on, but it's only like £25-30 for basic what's it called at airports? You know, like lounge access. It really is like £30 basically. So one shitty meal in an airport, and you've actually already covered the price of what the lounge cost would be. So anyway, yeah, that's definitely spoiled me from doing events, and it's like, oh, it's all open bar. Oh, have they? Oh, okay. I mean, I've never used like an airport lounge. I just know what they're like. I've used the hotel ones. The thing is, I don't drink, so I don't even take fully advantage of it. Like, if you were like a semi-decent influencer and you're doing events and stuff, and they have open bars, same if you do business networking and stuff. If you're an alcoholic, it's amazing. Like, you could just, because drinking at bars is really expensive, but if the bar's always open and you know. So what I'm saying is, if you're an alcoholic, you should be like a mediocre influencer. I don't take advantage of it. It's such a waste. I don't know how much. What's the BA lounge thing called? Is it like Euro Traveller or something? They have different tiers. That's actually one of the things you can get if you've got a. Some credit cards give you that as an option, which if you travel quite a bit, it's actually a really good perk. They have showers and stuff as well, which is really handy. You had $12? I haven't tried Cadwell Park, no. I'd have to buy it. Cadwell Park would be terrible in iRacing, I think. It'd be good if they fix the tyres. Cadwell Park's a really good track for like Caterhams, Vintage Mini, you know, small cars. Skip Barber would be good there. Formula Ford would be good there. Oh, this is awesome. I'd say Oulton Park is the best track in the UK. Which is weird, right? I think you know Marco from Kunos. I think his favourite track, one of his favourite tracks, is Oulton Park. So it's weird that no Kunos simulator has ever had Oulton Park built into it. Well, Brands Hatch, but I mean that's just a given, isn't it? I'm not going to state the obvious. I mean, Alton Park's in ACC, but it was added as DLC, wasn't it? Hello, Reefer Bus. How's it going, man? We're just flying around Hawaii here after reinstalling drivers to see if the computer still catches on fire. This is nice. Yeah, Alton Park's it's a nice flowing track. It's satisfying. It's punishing. It feels quick. It's not too wide. It's a bit flat, but it's not totally flat. It's got enough undulations to it. The corners are really satisfying. Follow through corners. Yeah, the different layouts are actually quite fun. Doing the different layouts, like even if you like, obviously it's only really 2 layouts, like the Fosters and the other one, but the chicane can change it quite a bit, and yeah, it's good. Wouldn't it be weird living on an island like Hawaii? Like, there's not much here, is there? And then you're so far away from it. Like, you're the equivalent of New Zealand. Like, it's a... How long does it take to fly to California from Hawaii? No, but like, UK's an island, but we're like... You could swim to France if you had to. Oh, it's only 3 hours. That's surprising. I thought it was further. So it's about this. It's the same distance from California as Greece and Turkey is from the UK. That's 6 hours. There you go. To say. So it's the same. So it's the same distance as Saudi Arabia from London. So that's pretty far away. How long does it take you to fly from New Zealand to Hawaii? About 12 hours. Oh, there's an airfield here. This is well nice. I'm not sure how much of my mood is from mistake. This is amazing. Probably just the energy from mistake. I've noticed this. Having not been eating much, every time I eat, I get like super hyped. I have like some rice with some fish in it. I'm like, oh my god, tastes amazing, guys. Tastes so good. Fish and rice. Oh my god. That's what everyone should do if you're bored of food. I had porridge for breakfast this morning. Literally just porridge with some milk in it. Nothing else added to it. And I was like, oh, this is well good. Oh dear. No refined sugar. I need to find a milk alternative though, because I'd quite like to cut milk out of my diet, just for fun. What's a Bottas breakfast? Xavi, I've only flown a Cessna briefly. I was obviously not the captain. just like dicking around in it. Bobby, yeah. There's no evidence to support intermittent fasting being good. That's what's funny. But I think it's one of those things where it makes sense. Like if you just said, if it means that you enjoy the food more when you do eat, or if it stops you from binge eating, then that's a positive, right? Even if it technically, yeah, exactly, yeah. That's the thing. But I don't think in and of itself, I don't think it necessarily is like a magic thing, but it could just be a good That's what I think with the dieting stuff, or like, so for me, if I buy biscuits, I'll bloody eat them all. So it's like, yeah, sure, you don't have to eat all the biscuits. But if I buy a packet of biscuits, I'm going to eat them all. So I'm not like on a diet. It's just, if I just buy healthy stuff, I will eat healthy stuff. And I don't, you know, to me, it's effort to go to a shop, pick up biscuits. So it's easier for me to just not buy shit, and then I'll be like, oh well, you know, then I don't really feel. I'm not like, oh my god, I need to eat this or miss it too much. It's like, no, well, not really. I'll just have something else. Yeah, I think as we talked about this before, I think the problem is you have a lot of people making money out of fitness and health stuff. It's like the mental health stuff. There's so many. The way you make money out of these things is you have to make your version, and then you have to make out that your version is somehow the best thing, and then you have to hype it disproportionately. And so what you end up with is fad diets, weird gimmicky stuff, you know, and not that they don't work for different people, but then yeah, it's just how those things are. Look at these. Look at this. This is crazy. What on earth causes it? Like volcanic. What causes this? Is this like multiple calderas or something? Mental. Like, that is insane. Look how like round and uniform it is, and then like it's ridiculous. Or maybe is it from tectonic plate activity? 'Cause it's like stacked up on that. I don't know. I have to Google that. Someone Google why this island is how it is, and then why is the top of it totally flat? Oh, turbulence. Maybe it's actually waters, because there's soft areas, and then the hills are for harder rock, and then the bits in between are just soft rock that's washed away over time. Mental. Like Jurassic Park, this. Oh, is that an observatory? It might be. Cool. Was it filmed in Hawaii? Wasn't it? Where was it filmed? And what's this blue? Is this like a no-fly zone around here? Which island was it filmed on? I mean, look at that. What on earth? That's just insane, isn't it? That's a real place. Imagine if you were just walking and you're like, oh shit. You're like, I want to go to the beach. Ah, bugger. And you just got like a cliff face with all these like weird jaggy bits on it. I mean, how insane is that? It's crazy. I didn't check fuel again. Another observatory here. These must be a right pain in the arse to get to. Sure. Oh, it's a helicopter pad. I'm going to say, like, there's no roads that connect that. Someone Google how long it takes to fly to Hawaii from London. It's got to be like 15 hours at least. I think back in the day, people would only go to these on boat. You'd have to row to it or something, or sail to it. From Heathrow to London Heathrow to Hawaii. Well, it'd take like hours, wouldn't it? You'd fly over the North Pole as well. I think it's probably gonna be like 13, 14 hours. So it's like to fly to. It's like 9 hours to Seattle. And then another 6. It's like, yeah, 16. It's a pretty long flight. Probably even more than that, like 20 hours maybe. It is crazy that you can basically get to anywhere on Earth within 24 hours though. They've got those direct flights to Australia from London. 17 hours. Imagine 17 hours in like economy. 17 hours of deep vein thrombosis. Oh dear, 27. Yeah, but that's because you'll be travelling with peasant aircraft. You presumably you'd swap in Dubai or something, or China, or well, no, Dubai, wouldn't you? Is it Singapore? Singapore and Dubai are like really common airports for Australia, I think. Is it Singapore? Hong Kong? I'm gutted I never got to fly into that Hong Kong airport over the city. Yeah, but those, I would quite like to do one of those direct flights. I think that'd be amazing. I really don't like changing. I kind of feel like when you're on a plane, you should be on the plane. Like, if you have to change at an airport, it ruins like the thing of the magic of flying. When you're on the plane and it's like you're in the air, you're like separate. It's do you know what I mean? It's like if you had to get multiple boats to go somewhere. It's the fact that you've taken off. It ruins it. It ruins it if you have to land and change over. There's something that it's not right. You have to do it in one go. Otherwise, you might as well have just walked. I don't know what that is. There's some like mental thing going on in my head with that. I really hate changing in planes. I think it's the whole getting off a plane at an airport to wait for another plane is so annoying. But maybe if you were doing a flight that was like UK to Australia, and you can stay like 2 or 3 days in Singapore or something, that'd be fine. But it's like if you're in a rush as well. Raw dog it, that's so stupid, that thing. I don't know about you guys, but I find plane travel goes pretty fast for me. I think because I kind of go into like a dozy sleep, semi-sleep, not sleeping. I feel knackered and it's not comfortable, but it doesn't. It's never really felt like I normally watch films on my phone, and that makes it go pretty quick. Even when I went to Seattle, which is like, let's say like 8 hours, it didn't feel like 8 hours at all. I'm normally knackered when I get on the plane. I think that's probably what it is. so tired. I'm just like, oh. Slept for 9 hours, Nasty Butler, in Singapore. Yeah, I never sleep properly on planes. It's always like a half sleep. Like I'll be. Oh shit! What's this saying? Front fuel? Oh no! This always happens. What does front fuel mean? Why don't they put the fuel gauge in a more obvious place? No, hang on. Look, fuel 14. What on earth does front fuel mean? Rear fuel, front. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. We just got 2 fuel tanks. Why would you have front? Why wouldn't it just be the wings? Let's just click it. Hello. Okay. Oh well, we'll just ignore it, guys. Maybe you have to do a fuel selector though. Up. Okay. Oh, that's it. Oh, I don't know what's going on. So I've got an airfield here. I'm just going to keep going. It looks like we've got fuel. I think that's a fuel gauge. Oh, that's fuel flow in PSI. Where's the actual fuel gauge? Oh. Half. Oh, it says. No, then the other one says half fuel. Ah, we're fine. We'll just keep going. If we run out of fuel, run out of fuel. Hopefully, maybe they can do waves a bit better in the next flight sim, so you could actually see them crashing on the shore. That'd be cool. I think that's the fuel gauge. Look, I know what I'm doing. We're almost back. We've almost done the whole island here. This would be a fun thing to do in real life, actually. This is less than an hour to fly around the whole of this island, so probably do it for a couple £100. Hello, night. Golden age. Took 20 years. You trying to say that Flight Sim X didn't look as good as this? I think I've got a pretty good memory, and it looked photoreal. There was at least like a pixel per 10 meters on the ground. So I think flight sims have looked the same since the Atari. You know, I think you're just ignoring the past. I think Google should do a Google Flight Simulator just to troll Microsoft. Oh, look at this! We've got a vineyard down here. I think so, Hell Knight. They've improved a lot of the graphic stuff. I've never played Sky Odyssey. No, I played that arcade flight sim, the jet one. I have seen that, Hell Knight, yeah. Yeah, they actually they just relaunched that that VR, the Earth VR thing. There's a new version that's just come out on Quest 3 and PC. Yeah, it's not Google Earth VR. I mean that was, but there's a new one. I can't remember what it's called. But instead of you being, so you just fly around. Supposedly they've optimized it better and stuff as well. Looked quite interesting because Google Earth VR is incredible. That was actually mental. Your mate for work went to Singapore, got off the plane, was driven to a meeting, spent the day, then flew back the next morning. Jeez. Yeah, I think the difficulty with VR for colour stuff is the pancake lenses, which are by far the best lenses, reduce the light quite a lot, and then also if you have really bright screens, you then have to work around the glare that you get from the pancake lenses. So the problem is if you have OLED with pancake, it tends to be a bit too dull, and the high contrast areas with OLED between the darks and the blacks causes the glare to be particularly bad. So someone basically needs to invent a new type of lens that's even better than pancake lenses. But at the moment, the pancake lenses on the Quest 3 is just so much better than everything. Sweet spot, clarity, comfort. Wow, we're doing a barrel roll. Yeah, you could have smaller screens and then use smaller lenses that then distort the image in a different way, but I don't think so. There's not a single lens technology that's universally better because it depends on how big the screens are, and there's a whole bunch of variables where different lenses can be better or worse. Oh, we're almost back where we started, guys. What a flight. That's nice. That was really nice fly around the island. We got 2 more islands to look around. I enjoyed that. Those hills are crazy. Yeah, how many knots are we doing? Like 150? Oh, 250 knots is that's a nice speed. Let's land. Oops. It was slightly less exciting. Yeah, well, it's like using. So it's like the cameras doing like light field technologies, and then direct. I guess the ultimate would be some form of direct projection into the retina, and then like manipulating the light so that the light can be anything basically. So you're basically you're projecting a light field type solution into the eyes directly. I mean, I guess you could do it off mirrors or something, but that's probably like the end game. You wouldn't even need lenses for that. You could like scan someone's retina and eye, and then you direct the light into their eye, and then you use like you distort the light, so the light is then distorted in a way that by the time it goes through the person's eye, it then is corrected. So that you don't do it with a lens though. It's like through the actual rendering of the light. That's probably like 30 years away. Oh, bit of a bounce. Why can I hear another plane? Oh, hello. Who's this? Terrorist attack! Who's that? That's pretty funny. Right, we're gonna fly around another island here. Yeah, I saw some of them were being showed off a few years ago. They looked absolutely crazy. Right, which island is this? Let's go for this one this time. Oh, this has got people. This has got like cities and stuff on it. Let's take off here. Look at this. Cruise speed 95 knots. I see. Proper old. I do. I need to reinstall it. I have the Flying Iron Spitfire, but it's just not installed. Look at this. Why is it saying no takeoff? Shut up. Why is it saying no takeoff? Is it because there's another plane in the way? I will take off when I want to. Bloody hell, this thing has some pace, so it's got 2 engines. Nice looking aeroplane. Oh, look at this. Oh no! Why is the engine turned? Oh, emergency landing. Engine turned off. Mayday. Why is it turned off? Oh, it's gone back on now. Oh, is it auto? It's got auto engine power. Okay, it's alright. No, non-emergency landing. We're fine. We're fine. I did turn all this engine automation stuff off. There's a lot of... is Hawaii actually nice? As a place? Like, would it be nice to live here? Or is it expensive? There's a lot of people live on this island. Oh, this aircraft's too fast for this. We'll land at the other airport and we'll change aircraft. We'll land at PHNG. This is Flight Sim 2020. The tourist island. You might as well just wait for Flight Sim 24. It's coming out in like November, isn't it? Or is it? I think it's coming out in November. What's coming out in September? It's not September that it's coming out, is it? I think it's November. November 12th or something. They'll probably delay it though. Looks like a nice beach. Oh, these modern aircraft have too many. Look at the angle that we're flying at. They have too many systems on them. Like, everything is managed. I'm using the Game of Muscle glide slope, which is point the nose towards the ground. Hang on, isn't this that hill that has the steps that go down it? I think I've seen this. There's like weird steps that go all the way to the top of the hill, and then you can see at the bottom you've got the town. It's just steps to go all the way up there. I think you'd be like, oh, this is fun, until about 50 steps, and you're like, oh, like when you go to bloody the Cologne Cathedral, you'd go, I'll walk to the top of that. That'll be fun. And then you're like, oh, there's a lot of steps. I think the jets fly weird in this, though. They're just weirdly floaty. I don't think a real jet flies like this. I still have the triples, I just don't use them for live streaming. I don't need, I don't really care, like, VR is more immersive than triples, and quite like 4K at higher frame rates. Land at that. There's a runway there. Weird. This plane's pretty comfortable flying at 130 knots. Do have the flaps down there. I might load up AC in a bit. Last few days I've just been getting my sleep back round to like normal UK time. I'd managed to meander towards like New Zealand time, so that's why I've been doing the long live streams recently. Traffic, guys. 1 mile ahead. Hang on, who is it? It's one of our viewers following us. They're behind us.
Traffic, 6 o'clock.
But it tells you. He's lagging. See, this is why it's hard for planes to fly into each other, because they tell you where the bloody other planes are. Oh, he's lagging a bit though. Oh, look at the lag on that plane. Stop playing iRacing in the air, guys.
Clear of conflict. Traffic, 7 o'clock. High, less than 1 mile. Monitor vertical speed.
Ryanair planes. Schrodinger's passenger jet. Oh, the lag.
Clear of conflict. Traffic. 8 o'clock. High. Less than 1 mile.
All the passengers on that plane are like, whoa, 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 whoa.
10 o'clock. Low. 5 miles. Clear of conflict. Traffic. 3 o'clock. High. Less than 1 mile. Traffic. 10 o'clock.
Leader is pitted. The leader is pitted. The leader is pitted. The leader is pitted. I'm jealous of the ocean that Hawaii has. Like, the sea around the UK is a bit
8 o'clock. High.
miserable and polluted. Okay, we're coming in for a military airbase landing here. No, we can't pull up because we're doing a Game of Muscle special landing. Trademark Game of Muscle special. Oh dear. Oh, yeah. I pushed my rudder pedals. You have to push the rudder pedal. Oh, we landed. There we go. Perfect land. Oh, I landed you guys right in the ocean. With the way I have my rudder pedals set up, you have to push them before you take off, otherwise they give 100% rudder input, which planes don't typically like. It's a weird bug. Right, we were here. Well, we landed here. We could try the right flyer. Let's try the shit box. Here we go. This thing's terrible. Hang on, is this Sydney? Oh, it is, yeah. Oh, what? What is this? Oh, this looks safe. Bloody hell. Why are we rolling? How am I meant to see the runway? Slight design flaw. You built an aircraft with no front window. I guess you stick your head out the side. Which is not good for sightseeing. Bloody hell. Oh, we're flying. You have to stick your head out the window. Was this the first plane to fly over the Atlantic? Or the Channel or something? Oh, this is terrible. Honestly, what a terrible plane. Jesus. Can't even... Right, we're landing. We're going to go back to that runway. Yeah, they were... They were actually trying to get it to the aircraft hangar. great. This is the optimal way to land. Oh, bloody hell, passenger jet. I couldn't see it. I couldn't see the passenger jet because we're looking out the window to land. Oh my god. Yeah, well, what's this on the... Oh! What's this on the back spinning around? Is that so you know your airspeed? Hang on, it's got pitot tubes on the front. Why do you need that on the back? Why do you need this on the back? I mean, what a terrible aircraft. It's got chocks that appear when you're parked. That's cool. They just disappear as soon as you start rolling. Oh, they're the parking brake. That's pretty funny. Right, let's try a different plane. That was a terrible idea. No, I can remain objective. That plane is terrible. I bet every minute that they were flying it, they were like, "This is awful." They were all the time they were flying that plane. They were like, "Why didn't we put a window in the front? We're idiots." Every minute they were like, "Oh shit! I told you we should have put a window. I knew we missed something." They were like, "Ah." Oh, let's fly the DC-3, that's cool. When they were building it, they were like, "Oh, I'm sure we're missing something, guys. I'm sure we've forgotten something." Like, nah, no, it's got wings, it's got an engine, it's got a seat. It's fine, it's fine. And then they just got to the runway, they're like, they're going to do their first takeoff, and they're like, "The window! Ah, the window! Ah, no!" And they were like, "It's too late to change it now." That's it. That's it. We built it. And they're like, "Oh, we've got to fly across the Atlantic with no window." Shit. Oh my goodness! I forgot to push the rudder pedals. Forward visibility would be limited to the side windows. Do you notice the problem with that? Forward, and side. See, there's a slight issue there. With the term forward visibility and side window. Like, oh yeah, the periscope. That's well handy. Good job. Could have just put a mirror in the ceiling. I mean, I guess that's what periscope is, but why not have a big mirror in the ceiling? Job done. What is that? Diluter. Demand oxygen. Oh, we get oxygen tanks in here. Is that for the engine? We could do the Berlin airdrop with this. We should fly to Tempelhof. This is a legit aircraft. Look at that. Square windows. What more do you need? I don't think this aircraft didn't even have pressurised cabin, I don't think. For some reason, I don't know why, but for some reason there were a lot of these just after the 1940s. I don't know why. Do you know what I mean? There was just like an abundance of them. And it was like they built a lot of them. I just can't think why. It's what happens, guys. Yeah, this plane is what happens when you get too many angry Germans. This is what happens. You at least get nice planes. So it's weird that the no, it looks well good. Golden Age. Drones. It's got a surplus of drones. That looks nice, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, look at that. Right, we don't need anything. Well, this is like peak aviational design. Why you don't need anything after this. You can fly around Hawaii in this. What more do you want? It's quite a chubby plane, isn't it, actually? It's quite a fatty. Oh, these clouds look cool. Yeah, I don't know where it is. I'm not sure which island. So they filmed some of Jurassic Park on Hawaii, but some of the external shots are of a different island, but I don't know which island it is. So it depends which sets and which. We could Google map it. Like the waterfall where the helicopter landed is like another location, and then the bit where the Velociraptor pen is another location. And then the external shots are another location. I think it's. Let's see. Just using my internet browser in my 1950s plane here. Okay, here's the coordinates for the visitor centre. Oh, hang on. Oh, it's on the island to the left of Honolulu. We're currently going around Kuala Kuna. It's in Honolulu. Look, I'm not an expert on Hawaiian language. Why is this RoboCop theme tune? It's RoboCop in jazz. RoboCop jazz. What? RoboCop. The RoboCop jazz film. Do you not remember that one? RoboCop jazz. Da-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na. RoboCop jazz. What on earth? This is actually the original theme tune, but they felt it didn't have enough impact. Oh, that's so dumb. Oh dear. Right. Oh, these proper surfing waves down there. Can you imagine? RoboCop jizz. So stupid. Right. I like how the compass in this aircraft is just on like springs. Well, they're pretty stupid, aren't they? Didn't they realise they could just use a accelerometer and a gyroscope? I mean, like, are they dumb? All they had to do was take apart a Wii controller. We can land at PHDH and then go to Jurassic Park Island. We'd have to find the actual location though. This is the in-flight entertainment music. This is more fitting. I see you, love. You boob. Would you like a smoke? Some whiskey? She was a beautiful broad. She had legs as long as the Statue of Liberty. His name was Alfredo Vassetti. He was a loose cannon. One day you were his best friend, the next day he'd shoot you with his Tommy gun. We lived fast and hard and fast. That's how they talked. That's how they talked, guys. Hello, Dan Piscini. We're going to land at PHDH. How many knots is this doing? It's pretty slow. Uh, 120. She ain't fast. Oh, it's only like 100 and... 150 miles an hour. Pretty slow. Well, another nice beach down there. Yeah, we could get a fighter jet and fly to the northern island. It's been quite fun flying around these islands. It's the most chilled live stream ever, flying around Hawaii. Flight sim is so pointless, but it somehow works. It is probably the most pointless game ever made. Like, there's no mechanics in it. All you do is look at... You could just load up Google Maps, basically. I could totally see if they do a good job with the career mode in 2024, it would be. I can see it being really addictive, like Euro Truck Sim. Basically, like that game, you don't really do anything, but just having the feeling that you've got a point to what you're doing with the in-game credit system is enough to like brainwash you. And this would be so much better than Euro Truck Sim if they actually did a vaguely competent single player, because you actually have the world. Like Euro Truck Sim would be better if it was 1-to-1 scale. Okay, we're a bit high. It's fine. We'll just nosedive towards the ground. Yeah, it'd be what you could do though for something like Euro Truck is you could use Google, like this technology in this game, for basically like the road plan, like the main road planning and stuff, and then then you build. You need to use like some kind of procedural technology combined with some manual technology to go over the roads with high quality road meshes. Yeah, so you wouldn't need every single street doing, but you could do like, do you know what I mean? Develop some kind of procedural engine. Sounds like someone spraying squirty cream. It's the hydraulics. Oh, that's a bit of dirt on my screen. I thought it was a plane flying towards us, but it was a bit of dirt on the screen. Easy mistake to make, that. Oh, this plane flies at 80 knots without stalling. Well, that's great how the window pane blocks your view. Great placement of the window pane. Hang on a minute. This is a well weird run. What's this? Hang on. What sort of runway is this? Does it want me to land on the left? Okay. I have never seen a runway like this before. That's where all the rubber is. I guess maybe it's just... Yeah, look at that. That's well weird. Out infinite ground effect here. Ah, the bloody rudder's doing nothing. Ah, oh my god. Ah, tail. Got a bloody loose tail wheel. So this is something they need to improve. The physics of this wheel are mental. Okay, well, we landed there. That'll do. Oh, is it an army airfield? Okay. Right, we're going to swap to a jet plane to fly to one of the other islands. Just my drone piloting. The thing is, this is one of the things that there's a cable, Shumi, attached to the rear wheel. So when you pull the... Well, so with this plane, they probably would use the toe brakes on the front wheels to steer it, as much as the rear wheel might be totally loose. But sometimes the rear wheel's connected by a cable as well. So when you use the rudder. But the thing that Microsoft Flight Sim struggles with is how much the aerodynamic force of the tail is turning the plane versus how much the grip of the tyre is. So all the aircraft that have, like, the old aircraft, that transition between the aerodynamics being the thing that controls it versus the friction of the tyre is mental in Flight Sim. IL2 and games do that way better. Right, we're getting a fighter jet. We're going to fly to Jurassic Park Visitor Centre. That was expert analysis, yeah. Ah, you need the game disc. Someone else said they had that problem. Maybe you need to. Have you got Windows? We're testing everything. Everything's a test. You think they fixed this jet plane? Hang on. Isn't this the island we flew around already? Hey, what island are we on here? We flew around. Did we fly around? No. Which one did we fly around? We flew around this already. I think. Yeah. So. They all look the same. Let's fly around this one. Is there an airport here? Right, we'll just fly around this in a fighter jet. They all look the bloody same, these islands. They're like land with sea around them. How am I supposed to know which is which? Right, this flies terribly. And ship it.
My goodness!
My goodness! Yeah, like this is ridiculous. This flies mental. It's ignoring like half the stick input at the centre. Oh well, it doesn't matter. It looks nice. It's a nice looking plane. Oh no! Oh Hell Knight! Hell Knight, it didn't fix it, did it? It wasn't the bloody graphics drivers. Ah, it wasn't the graphics drivers. It's not the graphics drivers. Oh, no. Well, there we go. There we go. I think it's the Elgato causing an issue. Yeah, it's done that before, Hell Knight, though. We've had it go for days without it doing it. Yeah, but we could have just saved time by taking the capture card out, which I'm pretty sure is what's causing the issue. Game of Muscle was right. Probably. Well, we don't know. I'll take it out. It still won't work. Oh, dear. Scammed. I thought we were good. I thought we were maybe alright. Oh no. Right. I might just call it a stream there. No, but it is the correct order because it would be faster. That's the correct order, is whatever order I say. Yeah, it could be anything. Fortunately, I only have like 50 USB devices, so so like, you know. Because it would yeah, but I can't do that because it doesn't crash straight away, so you would be left with the same problem. Or you take the capture card out, which was the one thing that is when it started doing it, is when we swapped the capture card. Oh no, it can't be that. Let's not try the most obvious thing. I wonder if it is something more complicated. Or the more obvious thing. I think we need to put some tea bags on the computer. It's always the tea bags. Look at Hell Knight just trying to justify. Look, I have a deep intuition to these things. They call me the computer legend. They call me the computer whisperer. They call me the ordinateur. That's my nickname in the streets. It's my rep. They're like, wow, how does he fix problems so quickly? It's like he's one with the machine. They call you something. Right. Yeah, I'm gonna stop the stream because I'm done with computers crashing. But I'm sure we'll work out what it is. We'll just keep doing stuff. Right. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you soon. Thanks for the channel memberships and raids and stuff and support. Have a good rest of the day. Bye.